Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, May the 26th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. I see one yes, Johnny. Need one more. All right, I guess you guys can hear me, see my screen. All right, guys, actually quite a bit happening even in earnings plays today. So let's take a look at some of them. A couple of expensive ones. Dollar General, DG, big gap up, $23, 12%, big float, $250 million. Big gap up though for Dollar General, and the other one, and coming right into the 200-day moving average. And the other one is Dollar Tree, DLTR. Similar, obviously similar, and another big gap up. Very similar float. And what are you doing at the 200-day? 129, so way above the 200-day moving average. So this one is way above the 200-day moving average, and DG is moving into it. So a couple of big earnings plays for these two guys, DLTR and DG. On the downside, NTNX, our stock of the decade, just got absolutely clobbered, down 31%, huge volume, similar float to the other two. Huge drop for NTNX. And this is I'm just waiting to see when Goldman starts cutting it. Don't see JMP cutting it to 35, but it's way below 35. But anyway, NTNX, complete disarray now, almost an all-time low for NTNX. Other earnings, not an earnings play, but KHC. KHC is not an earnings play, but a downgrade by, I think it's UBS. Yeah, UBS. And I think they put a $34 price target on it, KHC, and it's through the 200-day moving average. Meanwhile, as I'm doing this, RDBX is accelerating like mad now. Won't die, this one, like the other one that won't die. They shall remain unnamed. Okay, it's GME. Let's see, 836 is the next high looking left for RDBX. And then, of course, just as I was getting set to finish my list, this SPRC just exploded. Something to do with Tourette syndrome. Not shortable for me, and I think Zach said it was difficult to short even for him. So this exploded. And the other one that really ticked me off is there were shorts available early. This was the Joby, JOBY. They are a EVTOL play, vertical takeoff and landing. And they received FAA certification for their air taxi services, or it's a first step in a process. But I really looked at this and I saw these two topping tails. I thought, boy, this is right for a short. When I saw this at the beginning, there were shorts available, but they must have been snapped up. So that would have been a nice short, JOBY. BBW, another earnings play. Actually, a few earnings plays. BBW, Build-A-Bear, another big one, actually, 17%. Low float, 13.5 million shares. Not a ton of volume yet, but still. This is going to be, let's take a look at this one. This is almost an all-time high. I mean, I guess these are the all-time highs over here, around 20. Now, 2350 looks like the all-time high. Yeah, 2350, it looks like about 4 months ago. So that is Build-A-Bear, BBW. Boy, this Redbox, is there any more? I know they had some news yesterday, something about either rights for some movie. All right, guys, I'm just having a bit of a problem with my IB headlines. I don't know why the symbol's not changing. The information underneath is changing, but not the symbols. Macy's, guys. So I wonder if Macy's will be today's Nordstrom, JWN. As you remember yesterday, Nordstrom's just had a fantastic trading day. And they had earnings, and it still looked kind of strong. It hasn't given it up, at least when I first saw it. Yeah, so this could be, as I said yesterday, we may want to watch this as a second day continuation off earnings. The only issue I've got is it looks like there could be some resistance around 25. What did it get up to this morning? Got up to 24.48. But Macy's could pull something like JWN did yesterday and just basically move higher most of the day. Hey guys, just give me a moment. I just have to get rid of my news. See if I can fix that. This is in Interactive Brokers. Okay, I think it is fixed. Okay, GOVX bounced. This is actually, well, it's starting to drift down now, though. Remember, they did that. They sprung that financing on us midday at $1.50. Had a great lift. You know, there's that finance. Well, the financing was at $1.50. It got just below, right around that $1.50 mark. And then all of a sudden this morning, it accelerated up to 225. It's starting to give it up right now. WSM, another earnings play. WSM, Williams Sonoma, another great earnings play. So some of these retailers are starting to come back. They're not all being slammed like last week's Target and Costco and Snow is a knee gap down, earnings play down. Walmart, I'm sorry, I was thinking of the other one. Walmart, of course, is the one that let it all off last week with the big earnings miss, guidance miss, the whole bit, and then Target. Another earnings play. This is a low volume one right now, at least when I looked. Yeah, Jack. It got down though, almost 10%. Not very much in the float, 20 million in the float, hardly any volume yet. But that is Jack, Jack. And boy, if it wants to keep falling, there is not a lot of support for Jack. LQDA, this is one that was beaten up yesterday. LQDA was beaten up yesterday and is trying to come back. Speaking of trying to come back, the market is in for a modest positive open. Okay, I see the SPY is up. So we're in for a modest positive open. Here's a cheap one, DXLG. DXLG is a gap up coming into the, well, actually that's far enough away, I guess. The 200-day moving average is 561. I do not see, it's an earnings play. I'm sorry, it is an earnings play. I do have it designated as an E gap up. So this is an earnings play, DXLG. I don't know if I mentioned this one, AVDL. AVDL is another, no, it's not an earnings play. Okay, now I didn't see this headline when I first saw it, but here's the headline, falls 21% after disclosing new FDA request for experimental narcolepsy drug. So not good for this company. So a new request from the FDA, I guess, for further clarification of whatever they're doing. Additional information for, okay, so that is the reason for AVDL's drop, and this is shortable for me. can't remember. I've been jumping around on my list, so I can't remember if I mentioned it's a TCBP. I don't think I did. TCBP, huge gap, guys. 60%, big volume. 5.8 million in the float, or have traded already. So it's already traded the float. Looks like maybe 2.25 times. So I don't see any news for it. I don't see any news for TCBP. I'm just checking my headlines, see if we have anything. No. So don't see any news for the TCBP, but this is a big gap for it. Now, keeping in mind that DG and DLTR both had earnings today, and both, these are the cheaper stores. I mean, selling inexpensive products. How's that? I don't want to say cheap products, just inexpensive products. So big, I guess, we don't have Big Lots in Canada, I don't believe anyway, but Big Lots releases tomorrow. Is that right? Yeah, they release pre-market tomorrow. So, I'm not saying to take this trade, of course, into earnings, but this looks like a bit of a sympathy play right now off of DG and DLTR. And there's some resistance not that far away. It could be interesting to watch. Boy, that Redbox, RDBX. Trying to see if there's any, I absolutely love it, These law firms, reminder, we're suing you. So join this class action suit. Aldous Huxley, and it's a brave new world. NRIX. Excuse me. Yeah, there's no volume at all, so I don't. Now this is one that I'm. Oh shoot! That I wrote it down somewhere. Is it Kova? Yes, it's Kova. So this is a SPAC, and I guess what they're going to be doing is now after the DD fiasco, Chinese car tech company is going public via a SPAC, and this is the one. Now, when this happens, but this is the news on this one. I mean, it's not doing anything yet. A lot of volume though, 287,000 shares, and this is the SPAC, and this is who they'll be acquiring. It's another eCar X to go public in a $3.82 billion merger, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, EV industry. But when it closes is another issue. Yeah, and that's what drew my attention to Big William. I never really, because again, we don't have Big Lots in Canada. I'm not sure. I don't think we do. I wasn't quite sure, who they cater to, but or what sort of products they sell. But if it's sort of like a DG or a DLTR, it may not be like that cheap. Let me just check. Retail discount. So discount. We'll just call it discount retailing segment. I hate to call it cheap. Ah, a pox on IB for having those Joby shorts dry up. When I saw this and I saw these two topping tails on the 15-minute chart for Joby, this is the pre-market, of course. There's the 8 o'clock and there's the 8:15. When I looked here, there were definitely shorts available. Oh, you see now there are, yeah, 1,400, big deal. So there is some covering taking place now at Interactive Brokers. I don't know what other brokers are, of course, the situation, but 9:15. Let me go quickly and check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Yesterday, we hardly had any. And of course, the markets are closed on Monday, Memorial Day in the States. So let me just check my email. Let's see how active they were this morning. A little more active than yesterday. Okay. So I've got a few upgrades, a few downgrades. Coin, guys, coin is ringing in my ears. She's saying it over and over again. Coin. So what's happening with, is Bitcoin, is Bitcoin taking a hit or something? Yeah. Okay. Bitcoin must be taking a hit because I see Mara, Riot, and Coin. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. I'm hearing Mara, Coin, and Riot. This is text to voice, so I hear her saying Coin over and over again, and Mara and Riot as they keep making new highs or new lows. So something must be happening with Bitcoin. BITO. Let me take a look at BITO, Bitcoin ETF. Yeah. So something's happening with Bitcoin. Is it probably under 30,000 again? William Boo Holidays. Now I saw that. I did see that, Aldous, but it ain't helping, as they say. Talk about the upgrade. It's obviously something's happening with Bitcoin because Bitcoin is taking a header right now. Thank you. I just down to 28,000. All right, let me get some of these upgrades in. Lululemon upgrade. See when they have earnings. I do not see multiple upgrades. I don't see the same stock upgraded by various firms. Look at Lululemon, see if when they have earnings. The answer is, oh, not until, well, next week, actually, next week. So Lululemon has an upgrade. Boy, that's come down a lot. Wow. Okay, now let me get the downgrades in. Well, I see two downgrades for NPNX. There's Goldman would dare downgrade them. William Blair and Bank of America. There's a downgrade for KHC. Just a couple more to go. All right, there are the upgrades and there are the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, I used to have a real-time streaming a long time ago when I was kind of a little more interested in just following what Bitcoin was doing. But look at, well, coin, I mean, this is, but is there some specific news that's coming out? The world has decided, no, Bitcoin is not for us? I don't know. I mean, seriously, I mean, all right, let's take a look at the sector. So we should, wow, coin is just getting hammered here. So let's take a look at the major sectors. I haven't checked the price of oil this morning. So this is either, usually it's 100% or 0%. Let's take a look at, there we go, 100%. So oil must be just up a little bit anyway. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see that percentage, that 100%, What that means is that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. That's what that means. Now, the market, as I said, is in for a positive open, so that makes sense that most of the sectors, technology, I mean, it's not bad, 68%, communications 80%. These are stocks that are above yesterday's close. It doesn't mean they're racing way higher over yesterday's close. They could be like 0.00001% above, and they'll make it into that percentage. But SNPS is 3%. This is a more expensive one. Is this an earnings play? SNPS, I mean, I don't know how much volume there is. Actually, pretty good volume. Okay, so we're again in for a positive open, though I do see that the market is starting to drift down a little bit. So this was the news yesterday for Redbox, okay? This was the news yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry, on the 25th. Well, actually, this was the news after the market closed 2 days ago, but this would have been the reaction really yesterday, because you see when they hit that news, it was just after the market closed on the 24th. So the 25th was the big reaction. You can see right there that daily candle. So acquiring the North American rights to WWII action drama, come out fighting. All right. Actually looks like a pretty interesting movie. But anyway, that was their news yesterday. And so again, it's a low float, 8.8 million in the float. Mara just got hit a new low. No, it just popped actually, sorry. It must have just spiked down and then right back up. Anybody get that Joby short before? Well, I can't speak for other brokers, of course, but anybody get that joke now? You see there's more short covering in IB. There were 1,400 shares available. Now there are 8,000 shares available. Not a lot, of course, but there's some more short covering happening for Joby, Joby. I think somebody mentioned that Fidelity did not have them either. But I'm sure our friend Zach probably had plenty at Centerpoint for Joby, Joby. Is he really Dolph Lundgren? Man, he's got to be 100 years old. Or Dolph Lundgren. I always amazed when somebody says Questrade had shorts available in Interactive Brokers. So that is, Zach, my eyes don't work this early in the morning. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, how about 8 zeros? So I guess you did short them. I guess you did short Joby. Oh, you didn't. Oh, I see. You didn't, but they had them, is what I guess was what you're saying. I would have thought that would be right up your alley. Would have been another awesome short, guys. SPRC. I think even Zach said though that there weren't very many, or very difficult to find. All right, AVDL. Now there are 500,000 interactive brokers, AVDL, and this is getting closer and closer to an all-time low, AVDL. Another earnings play, guys. PDD is an earnings play. Just sort of shying away from these China stocks. I just don't find that they're going to. Most of them, I shouldn't say that, but a lot of these they don't seem to have any follow through, and too tied with what's happening with what could happen in China and K-Web and all that. So yeah, IB has shorts now for Joby. It's just that they didn't have them. They got all snapped up here. So remember CLEU guys yesterday, and this is look at this. I mean, this is just getting thumped again. CLEU getting thumped again. Is it tomorrow? Okay, sorry. I thought it, let me just see here. You were right. I'm sorry. It is pre-market tomorrow, PDD. You're right. Well, KHC is really starting to drift down now to that target price of 34. Oh man, UPST. Wow, look at UPST just got hit again. And again, the headlines, all I see are these law firms that are suing them or begging people to join some kind of a class action suit. And that is the UPST. Okay, give me one moment, please. I am not sure if KHC is a Buffett stock. Yeah, thank you, William. Okay, guys, we have less than a minute for the market to open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I do not typically trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Yes, I will miss the ones that keep running. I'm prepared for that. And if I were brand new to trading or very new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade in the first half hour. Just let things settle down a little bit. With trade ideas, we can always find interesting setups all day long. So it's not, don't feel like you've missed, in the first half hour. If I don't trade, oh my gosh, I've missed everything. No. What you may miss is the agony of taking early trades and having them just whip around on you. So let's watch Macy's here. I want to watch Macy's here and see if it performs sort of like a JWN from yesterday. Macy's can actually be kind of whippy for something that has 284 million in the float. Interesting. Not what's the market doing? So the market started to drift down in the last half hour before 9:30. So the Dow is slightly negative. The Nas is slightly negative. The Dow is up. So there's a disconnect right now as we speak between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. So GovX is trying to hold two, GOVX. GOVX is trying to hold two. And they did a financing yesterday at $1.50. So you know what? I mean, the market has kind of shrugged that off. And we have our first halt of the day. And actually, Newtonx, NTNX, got halted on the way up. NTNX earnings play just got absolutely annihilated. I mean, 32% with that float. That is a huge drop. Okay, guys, there's Macy's. Macy's. But it is early. What's the pre-market high? Is 22.64. Macy's following JWN yesterday, and I don't mean it's going to do exactly the same thing, but similar retailer. Oh man, look at GME. GME dropped to 114 and it's popped immediately right back up to 120. Well, it was up 23% yesterday. The memers have absolutely got a hold of this one now, starting as of yesterday. And they actually have such as they are going to be. They have earnings next week. You know, Joby looks like he could even go negative. Look at this. Oh man, oh man. What a great start that would have been. Okay, now you see how whippy that was for Macy's, 22.64, and then it drops right back almost to 22. Yeah, forget TCBP. And wow, oh my goodness, JME 125. So look at AMC, guys, sort of the cheaper version. Not as much excitement about an AMC compared to the GME, but all right, guys, RDBX, RDBX, I'm hearing over and over and over again. First of all, let me see what's happening with the IMMX. I had an alert, price alert set, must have been a few days ago. So I must have had a price alert set for seeing if it would take out this high right up here. 287 is the high. It got up to 280. So I must have put the price alert just ahead in case it was getting close. And it's a low float. Yeah, 5.8 million in the float. Another one that just got halted, guys, was on the way down though. MSPR got halted on the way down. And they're reaffirming revenue guidance, which is obviously not good. Yeah, big recovery so well, big recovery, not really. It was down 33% or 36%. Now it's only down 30% for NTNX. Okay, this is an all-time low. AVYA is an all-time low. CWeb or KWeb? I guess it doesn't matter. One is CWeb. This is the 2-time. KWeb is the 1-time. What do we have for CWeb up here? 524. So the China stocks are obviously a bit hot right now. So you look at Macy's, guys. I mean, if you thought, okay, you know what, it's going to work. It's a retailer. It's going to have so far the reaction is good. And you take it up here at 22.41 early and it drops almost $1 on you. I mean, it's just too hard, in my opinion, in the first 15 minutes. Look at the SPY. Holy smokes, look at the SPY. What a nice opening candle so far. Look at that. Look at that SPY. Are we at 400? Yeah, we're over 400 now again. Remember, I was saying the market was just drifting down half an hour before the market opened. But here's that opening 15-minute candle, and it is a wide bar 15-minute candle so far. Now, what time is it? 9:39. So this has another 5.5 minutes before it closes. Well, that's somewhat predicted. Watch this thing go negative. Joby only 12 cents up now. Very fluffy press release. I mean, when you read it, it looks awesome, but this was just the very, very, very first stage of getting FAA approval. This is an air taxi service. They're retailer guys. It's not an earnings play, but look at Bloomin' Brands. Wow, they had earnings last month, but look at Bloomin' Brands, BLMN. And MSPR just resumed. Little pop for it. Very interested to see what I'm going to get in my gap continuation or reverse scanner. I put a delay of 15 minutes on purpose, so I will not get anything in that window until at least 9:45. All right, guys, DXC. This is an earnings, is it post market? Yeah, earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. No huge reaction. No big reaction this morning, but markets open and look what's happening to DXC. 32.90. So it's about $1 away from the 200-day moving average. And that is for DXC earnings play. Hey, wait a minute. They handle our money, Manulife. Oh, wait a minute. Is that Man U or Manulife? Oh, that's Manchester. Sorry, I thought it was Manulife. Well, nice big bounce for Newton X, guys. The big bounce from that low down here at 1340. There's over $1.50, but $1.70 bounce for Newton X, NTNX. I mean, obviously, it wants to keep recovering. I mean, there's a massive gap, but I mean, it did get thumped down on earnings. Seeks after weak guidance, software. So software isn't immune to supply chain issues, etc. So I mean, revenue increased big, 403 from 344 to 403, but they're guiding poorly. It's all about what can you do for us in the future. Oh man, guys, this GME is crazy. Good call, PJ. Pre-market around 118 for GME. I know you mentioned that one. And look at the relative volume, 14 times. Average true range for GME is 1440. So I mean, it has that's increasing now. Okay, guys, Nordstrom's actually kind of giving it up somewhat. And a nice little pop. Again, the big earnings play yesterday. So see, we have one AI alert, AJRD 4103. So it's up a little bit. This is coming into the 200-day moving average, and that's not that far away on a percentage basis. So, you know, if you're gonna take this one, you just have to be aware of that 200-day moving average, 4181. That's not that far away. Okay, we have now our first ones from the gap continuation or reverse, and it's Redbox. Unfortunately, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But William, I guess you're, as you say, you're being paid now. And that is for the Redbox, RDBX. Wendy's actually continues to move higher here. These Nelson Peltz and his maybe take this private or buy more shares of it or something. That was yesterday. It was the big news for Wendy's yesterday, WEN. So 1840, so it's above yesterday's high now, WEN. Yeah, interesting. There are no shorts available for GME at Interactive Brokers now. Interesting. So certainly, well, I don't know what other firms are doing, but if the shorts are drying up, then there's not going to be that downward pressure on the stock for GME. How about AMC? Let's take a look at AMC to see if which sort of shorts are available. Yeah, 100. That's why I mean GME is definitely more a meme stock than AMC is right now. 175,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Ah, nice, Zach. I'm just seeing APYX right now. APYX right now. And this is probably a low float. Yeah, 30 million. I mean, it's not super low, but it is not crazy high. I'd be always wary of that $5 mark, APYX. It's Bloomin' Brands, BLMN. It's getting closer and closer to maybe a tough area for it to break, 2159. And of course, there's the 200-day above it. It's not an earnings play for it, but it's being tugged along, I guess. JP Morgan maintains coverage with a $25 target. Okay. All right, guys, I'm just watching. So the market, so that was the first big green candle, the 15-minute, with a follow-up so far. Wow, this Patterson PTEN, guys, I mean, is so strong. Energy play, of course. Had an upgrade this morning. PTEN had an upgrade this morning. I said this earlier. I find that Macy's can be a very choppy one to trade, even though it's got a huge float. I find it can be a very choppy one to trade, but holding 22. Marqueta. Okay, so this is showing up on Zach's scan. Well done so far, Zach, or not Zach, Dak. Zach Dak on the APYX. That's what we all need. We need wrinkle reduction. So that's the news. FDA clears Renuvion for wrinkle reduction. That is the news on that one. Whoa, look at this. No real action in the pre-market. Did it wake up NRIX? I had no volume early. Oh, getting thumped down. Yeah, it was shortable too. Wow, nicely. He shorted this one. All-time low now. Yeah, this will not show up my 10-day daily breakdown until it hits 500,000 shares. So that is a filter, but it is an all-time low right now, NRIX. Even though it says, you look at the headline, announces positive dose finding, but market doesn't care. So here's another one, guys, that is from Zach's topping tail scan or top scan, topping plays, potential shorts. FSLY looks like it is coming into like a big resistance area between here and the 1250 mark. So it still has a little bit of room. Guys, P-Lab from yesterday is still, look at this, P-Lab from yesterday is still really, really strong. This is a second day continuation of earnings after earnings. This is PLAB, P-Lab. Yeah, I know I had a price alert that triggered for IMMX. Well, this is the one, guys. APYX, it's not crazy low float, but 30 million. But this is just ripping here on that news. APYX, wasn't it? Good, great, great job, Dak. Let's see. Just looking for the next highs. Looks like looks like 527 and 530-ish are the next highs looking left on the daily chart. Looking at this one from yesterday, the BKSY. What a great move for APYX. Okay, ACH. So this is a China company. You got to be so aware what the rest of the China market is doing. The next high looking left is 1110. I mean, it may work, but there's the next high there. There's another high at 1139. may stumble getting through these areas. And this is, I'm just looking at this AI alert. This is sort of in the price range that I really like, really like. But you have to be aware that it is a China company. So it's going to be probably beholden to what the rest of the market's doing. Well, the rest of the China market's doing. And it's got all these little areas here that it has to get through. It's a it's a very spotty looking daily chart, little gaps here and there. All right, guys, PLAB. Look at, wow, you're getting your wish now for Redbox, RDBX. You're definitely getting your wish here. Boy, biggest bounce play, guys. NTNX on a percentage basis. Tremendous bounce play. Look at this, down to 13 and a half. So about a what, a $2.40 bounce for NTNX. I mean, the main reason it was down so much, it was the guidance. I mean, it looked like revenues were pretty good, certainly an increase in revenues, but it was just the guidance. But maybe the market's helping also. I mean, the market is just rip mode right now, guys. And this one is shortable right now. SGHC, this is an all-time low. SGHC, I thought this one was not shortable. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So this one is shortable. Let's see if this takes out six. It's an all-time low. It won't show up on my 10-day daily breakdown because the volume's still a little bit light. Even you're saying UPST bounced also. Was getting hammered pre-market. Yeah, look, look at that bounce for UPST. Yes. Yeah, if you can time these bounces or tops, just very difficult to do sometimes. Okay, maybe this is the top now. Let me take a look here. That's a 2-minute chart. Could be the top in place now for APYX for a while anyway. Ooh, some wild action on the APYX on that bid ask. It just moved down and then it moved. Look at that, all the way down to 514. But now just making a new high. So boy, I almost hopped in on this short as that was moving down. I thought, okay, maybe now. but then it just popped right back up. So this is pretty still wild, the APYX. To me, it looks like it could be coming in. Well, what did it get up to? Got up to what, 568. And the next highs are in that area. But of course, it's been taking out all these highs like nothing. All right, so Macy's is hitting my gap up and reverse now. Okay, it is now a gap up and starting to reverse. Huh, GME, nothing stopping it yet. Nothing. Okay, is it now time for APYX? You still in this one, DAC, APYX? DXC, guys, DXC is still, this is a 10-day daily breakout, the 200-day moving average getting closer, 32.90, 32.13. This is a 10-day daily breakout. All right, so this is what I'm seeing for the GME. Maybe. I have these topping tails now. Two topping tails on the 15-minute chart, 135, 136. Well, I mean, it's meeting the credential, the filter conditions. That's all. I mean, yeah. I mean, again, whether it completely reverses and keeps moving down, that's another issue. But it met the filter requirements here, so that's why it was showing up. As I've said many times, just because you get an alert doesn't mean okay, gap down reverse. I guess it's going to keep reversing. No, but at the time of the alert, that's what it was doing. All right, FSLY guys, this is from Zach Scan. What's the market doing? Yeah, it's sort of, this is from Zach's topping tail scan, okay? So this is where I'm seeing the APYX. Here's the FSLY at 1215. I don't know what happened with the MQ 1054. It's still hanging in there. NIO I don't really care about because it's too, I don't know, I just find those China EV plays are just too whippy. Now this ACH, I mean, I may be completely wrong about this. it may be able to take all this out, but just remember it's China, and also it's got all these little areas of potential resistance. But as we speak, it is certainly moving. All right, APYX is maybe getting close for me to take a short on this. Takes out 515, I'll be extremely happy. Okay. Wow. Okay. I don't know if anybody took this short, APYX. Covered some now, just in case it can't get down through 5. Yeah, forget about those topping tails now for GME. Yeah, they're being ignored. Key, guys, I mean, if it takes out 5, look out below, but I've covered quite a bit now in case it cannot take out 5, but if it takes out 5, then the next area would be 450 on that 15-minute chart. Meanwhile, yeah, Nutanix is just, what a bounce. NTNX. There's a red bar, sort of a red bar ignored also on the 5-minute chart for Nutanix, and the trigger would have been around 16. And as somewhat predicted, I think Joby went negative, didn't it? No, not quite. Not quite. Look at that green bar ignored. KHC, yeah, pretty good bounce rate also. Just waiting on, yes, you just about, guys. APYX almost right at 5. Down to 497. Let's take a look at FSLY. What is it doing? Okay, so FSLY, actually, there's a little pullback. So this has not dropped that much yet. You must be out of RDBX by now. You have to be. William, RDBX. Now, you know what? Takes out 820 or so. This could have another foray up to that the high of 872. All right, guys, I'm all out of the APYX now. Looks like that 5 is going to hold it for a while anyway. I'm all out of the APYX short for well, not just for now. I suppose if it takes out the 5 level, possibility I'll get back in it, but okay, so there is the alert now. IMMX, that is the, now that's just taken out that high of what, 5 days ago, 4 days ago? Yeah, so this is a nice, somebody made, not a 6 day run, but it's a 4 day run. And the high over here is 265. So the next high in the monthly chart, it looks like it's around 3. Then after that, you've got 537. Give me a moment, please. OSUR, guys, this is almost an all-time low. OSUR just being absolutely thumped again. And then, well, I guess it's not as bad as I mean, it was 550 stock down to 4. This is in 3 days. Well, take a okay. Well, there's William. I can't believe you're still in this one, but anyway, RDBX or DBX. Well, you know what else is moving? Beyond Meat, BYND, Beyond Meat, BYND is moving. A little bit of a tough trader though, topping tails, bottoming tails, but what's the next high looking left? 27.29 is the next high looking left. And then after that, 27.68. So well, there is Beyond Meat, BYND. Oh, the shorts are, if you had short, well, too bad, I'm not in this anymore, but if you had shorts of GME, you're getting just destroyed right now. Still no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I mean, I think yesterday was a 23% move. This is now a 22% move. And it's making we've got this deal now with Interactive Brokers in which they're picking up some of our headlines. We'll call them our headlines. So there it is, breaking out in volume, GME. All right, guys, let me just checking now to see some other INFA. What are you doing? 2090. This is a in our momentum scanner. Market is not abating whatsoever. This is just almost an hour now straight up. Well, this candle has another 13 minutes, 12 and a half minutes or so to close. 12 minutes to close, but almost an hour up now. Call of the day, PJ. No kidding. It was right about here when PJ said something about, you know what? Looks like a good time to buy GME. Right about here in the pre-market, there was about 118. Pulled back a little bit and then just absolutely exploded. 180, $180 call sweeps for GME. Right here. Boy, this one is so choppy, but man, oh man, what a run it's had. LVLU, not a lot of volume, but it just keeps making new highs every day. LVLU, but you have to, I mean, it's a low float. Lulu's Fashion Lounge Holdings. They had earnings on the 17th. Obviously, the reaction was good. Well, I used to joke about stuff like this, but I mean, it's not going to surprise me if this hits like 170, not maybe today, but it's not going to surprise me anymore. Every time we think this is dead in the water, 2 days ago, this was $87. I mean, it's not quite a double, but oh man. Look at Seat, guys. Seat, S-E-A-T. Vivid, what do you do? What the heck did these guys do? Seat, Vivid Seats. Provision of, okay, sort of like a ticket master? Never heard of them before, but I guess they either IPO'd here or this was a SPAC that turned into Seat. Okay, they're going to buy up to 40 million shares, or yeah, 40 million dollars worth of shares. Of course, this is always, I mean, this is always up to 40 million. That means they could go from, half a million to 40 million. But anyway, I'm not trying to be too skeptical, but it's a nice press release regarding Seat. Boy, Bloomin is still moving. Bloomin is moving. BLMN getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. So all I've done so far today, guys, is an APYX short. It turned out very nicely for me on a percentage basis. That's all I've done so far. So it was a SPAC from last year. Thank you, Casa. Man, oh man, I feel foolish for not taking this NTNX bounce. I mean, it's been straight up NTNX. What a bounce on a percentage basis. I mean, man, from going from 13 to 17, just a tremendous percentage move on the bounce. It's funny, it did not show up on my gap down and reversal. Obviously, some filters weren't met. Well, Rev, I already took a short and covered on the APYX. I'm just sort of, what am I watching? I mean, the market is watching NTNX on the bounce. I want to see if this can finally stop and maybe give us a short opportunity. There are a ton of shorts available, 2 million. I mean, C looks like it still has some room to the 10 level. I mean, the next high is, well, 951 and then 971. And then, of course, a lot of action right around 10. And again, their news is that they're going to buy up to $40 million worth of their shares. And they have, I think, until March of 2023 to do it. You got to show up in the pre-market rev. You know, that's when we talk about all the stocks that are kind of moving and of potential interest. I open the room you can show up at 9 o'clock. I open the room at 8 Eastern, but you can show up at 9, and that's when we start talking about the things that might be moving. Yeah, these two don't interest me from the AI. As previously noted, the AGRD, I think that 200-day is too close, number one. Now, I may be completely wrong. It may blast right through it, but that prevents me from getting interested in it. And the ACH, China, which is, you know, unto itself, it's not necessarily the reason I don't, but I just look at this daily chart, it just looks kind of messy. Yeah, Macy's is just too choppy. I mean, I just find it too choppy. It's an earnings play. It looked good. We were waiting to see, as I was waiting to see if it would do a Nordstrom's, a JWN like yesterday, but you know, Nordstrom's did not perform like this. Let's take a look at Nordstrom's from yesterday on a 15-minute chart and see what I'm talking about. I mean, look what happened. I mean, that first 30 minutes, and then it based, and then another 30 minutes or so. So, but Macy's has been, you know, chopping up and down. So it's just not the same look. Well, we've been talking about GME. I mean, you know, it's up to you. You want to take that trade. Of course, we've been talking about GME. You know, the memers have got a hold of it like crazy. It started yesterday, continuing today. Weight Watchers, WW is actually starting to move a little bit, getting close to that 7 level though. Yeah, the APYX guys, I mean, I'm not in this anymore, but it may give up 5 in a big way now. Okay, KTOS is a gap up and reverse, and this has some room, low of 1345. Yeah, I took this short, very tight stop on this one. If this doesn't start moving immediately, I'm out. This is the KTOS. This is a gap up and reverse. The market is not reversing yet though, so, but I've got a very tight stop on it, so I'll know if it's going to work almost immediately. And that is the KTOS. But I'm definitely kind of going at, well, the market is neutral right now. When I say neutral, I mean it's just sort of flattening out a little bit. I'm not looking for much on this KTOS. I mean, it might, if it gets down to anywhere close to 14, that'd be awesome, but I'm not looking for much. It may not do, I'd like to see the market starting to drift down, but ooh, shoot, I missed that NTNX short. My goodness, I was just talking about it just 2 seconds ago, it seems. Maybe it may be topping out. Did Joby finally go negative? Not quite. Man, oh man. A great short. Anybody who was able to get that, awesome. Yeah, man, that NRIX, nice. Aldous, you mentioned this one up here. It was, I can't remember if it was halted already. I guess no, it wasn't halted. I thought it was halted. NRIX was not halted. Oh, and this is, okay, remember I was saying this would show up on my 10-day daily breakdown once the volume got over 500,000. So it is now showing up. Now you're giving up a lot. I mean, it came from 765, but it's an all-time low. Well, we all know what that means. I mean, it could keep going down. I'm not saying it is, but came up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 763. Okay, guys, I'm out of the KTOS. It's just not moving fast enough for me. I wasn't expecting too much of it, so made pennies on it. Wasn't expecting too much on it. Maybe getting down to the 14 level, but yeah, I missed it. I missed it on the NTNX. I was talking about it right about here. So we got a 15-minute chart, maybe right about here, thinking as it topped out. So I've missed it. I mean, it's starting to come back. I would have been a great little short up here. Or guys, I am now interested in the NRIX. My alert happened at 763. I know it has already fallen a lot, but it is an all-time low, and I'm very interested in seeing if it holds this level and then moves down. I'll probably take a short if it does. That doesn't mean you have to do the same thing, of course. APYX may be getting ready for a nice bounce, guys. APYX, it's kind of held that 5 level. An area for it to take out would be about that 517 area. You can just sort of see in the 5-minute chart, you have 1, 2, 3, and maybe this one all around that level. If I could take that out, so I'm just going to stick an alert there. I'm not going to try to anticipate that it'll do it, and I'm just going to put an alert there. All right, so NRIX is sort of bouncing a little too much right now. So I'd be interested if it got back down to that 763 mark right here. Well, there is a $10 drop for GME. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I mean, this could have a massive bounce also. So I'm going to stick an alert around 825 now for NRIX and see if it takes that out, because this could be one of those that, I mean, look at the bounce potential. Wow, 10:39 already. Man, what a fast morning again. So if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson with Trade Ideas. So we've got a nice little promo on right now. I will put in the promo code. I think this is going to work on its own. Okay, so there is the promo code. So if you click on this link, you should be brought to, fingers crossed. Yes, you're brought to this right here. And I show it like this because you still have 8 days, 16 hours, 18 minutes, and 13 seconds to sign up before this promo code disappears. And the promo code is Test Drive 25. Just click on select your subscription. And we have an annual and a monthly, premium and standard. So my recommendation is this. You don't have to take on an annual to begin with, because most people take on an annual because they want to get the best possible discount. Because the discount, if you take out a monthly, the discount's only good for the first month, which is fine. If you want to take out a monthly subscription forever, that's fine. But just know that the 25% in this particular case is only applied to the first month. However, if you decide that you do want to take out an annual, and you do it within 30 days, we will honor the 25%. So that's all I'm trying to say is you don't have to take out an annual immediately. You can try us out, and you can either do it on the standard or the premium. You'll get the 25% off the first month only. And if you maintain a monthly subscription after that, this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay. The big difference is the AI. This is what the AI looks like. Okay, I'll go over that. I'll go over that in a little while. Next, I want to put in my homepage link. Number one rule for me, always, always, always obey my stops. That's my thought of the day. Always obey my stops. No ifs, ands, or buts. I just do it. Yeah, I'm thinking this NRIX might have a nice bounce, but I'm I'm going to wait for it to take out this. I mean, I'd be giving up 20 cents or so, but I mean, if it bounces well, I mean, look it up here. I mean, $10 where it started, and we still do have a positive headline. I mean, obviously the market reacted poorly to it, but it is still positive dose finding, etc. So I just popped in my homepage link. When you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Again, there's that test drive link. So I'm not going to go over this again. You can go to my homepage and you can get the trade ideas, or you can click on that other link and you'll be taken right to it. If you are going to start with trade ideas, first thing you should do is do this. Let's get started. Okay, there are 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes to get through them all. It starts off with the download and installation. That's the first thing you should do before you do anything else. Make it easy on yourself. This is a software program. There is a learning curve, but that covers most of the basic features of trade ideas. And then you can go into the user guide. So if you click on the education section from my home page, and then click on the user guide. So, I mean, there's a lot in the user guide. Don't get hung up on how many sections there are. You should have already done the getting started. I'm going to go over the channel bar in a bit. Lots of layouts and lots of scans that we've created for you. And then you should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is. What are the differences and why you would use one over the other. So at least do this. Never mind everything else. Afterwards you can, start looking at creating price alerts and sound alerts and all that sort of stuff. But I mean, these four are the important ones. Get that down, then everything else is kind of, just sort of an add-on. Today is Thursday, so we have had a switch now. Normally this would be Jamie, but Jamie and Steve have switched. So it'll be on in our YouTube room. I take a break at around noon. I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today, Thursday, it'll be Steve. That'll be Steve's day now going forward. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. Daily webinars, they will start again next week. So you can sign up for them all right here. And last, back to basics. So if you're new to trading, great video series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. It starts off with what is a stock? More information on my homepage. You can have the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. We've already talked about the education. And here are my scans that I share. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas, but here are the scans that I'm sharing. These are the four, but mainly these two, the pre-market actives up and down, the gap up and down, but mainly these two that I use in the pre-market. to kind of figure out, okay, what stocks could be interesting for the day. You hear me talk about the gap continuation and reverse quite a bit, and also Zach's bouncers and toppers. But here are all the, and the 10-day daily breakdown. These are the ones that I'm sharing. People looking for momentum scans, a scanner. This is basically the same that's in our momentum channel. I just took it out on its own. So this is a good momentum scanner. Okay, so what I would do is if you save my link, then you can take a look at the Let's Get Started, all my scans, education, anytime you want. Be a moment as I size the window. All right, guys, APYX, the bounce might be in play right now. What's the volume like? Only issue I've got with it, no volume yet. No real volume yet. I mean, it's inching up, but you see, look at that 2-minute chart. You know, you'd like to see, I mean, it doesn't have to be this big, but you'd like to see something that really differentiates itself. It's not the absolute volume we're talking about. We were talking about something that really stands out, a volume bar that really stands out. Whoa, and look at Redbox, and this is now turned into a gap up and go. So at the beginning, this was a gap up and reverse, and now this is a gap up and go for the Redbox. Choppy like heck, but hopefully, William, you are out of this now. Please tell me you're out of it now. No, sir. Okay. Now the next high looking left is back here at 11. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. Now, I already mentioned that I'm sharing a lot of my scans. You go to my homepage. Oh man, guys, this is really, I mean, now again, not $11 is the next high looking left for Redbox, RDBX. Ah, man, I got to pay more attention to my watch list. Getting some really nice alerts. Probably nothing on the down. Well, I shouldn't say nothing, but I wouldn't be looking at the downside today, not with the market doing what it's doing. Okay, as I said, I am sharing a lot of scans. You just have to save my homepage and go to the scan section. I'm sharing a lot of scans. We also have a lot of scans here. If you click on new from our toolbar, click on new and then docked channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. So my advice, you can take a look at my scans. You can take a look at the scans that we have created and all these. These are all layouts. They're all theme-based layouts. So this is a momentum scanner. This one right here, this is exactly the same one that I have in my homepage. So if you go to my homepage, go to the scan section. I've actually extracted this one. But the whole idea of this right now is to take a look at the different channels. You might see something that you like, a low float winner. I don't know, maybe you want that one. If you do, you right click. First of all, if you right click configure, and summary. Same with mine, with my scans. And this is going to tell you exactly what it's looking for. Okay. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $100, let me do an alert window, okay, instead of the top list window. So in this particular case, right click, configure, summary. So if the stock is between 1 and 50, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading 3 times normal, volume is at least 100,000, etc. If these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Now you might say, well, wait a minute, Redbox is RDBX is not at 912 right now, but at 1049. What happens when you load an alert window? You're going to see the last alert that happened. Okay, so at 1049, we're at 1052 now, so it's 3 minutes ago. It hit 912. Okay, that was a real-time alert. Now let's pull back a little bit. But if you like the idea of the scan as is, then you can save it to the cloud. I'll show you how you can do that. Or you can always make some changes if you want. For instance, if you wanted a different price range, you can make a change. So let's go 10 and 100. I click on the summary. See, now it's changed between 10 and 100 as opposed to 1 and 50. And if you like it like this, you just say okay. And now you can save it to the cloud. Just a little bit of a trick. You right click and you duplicate into a free floating window. Basically, you have to take it out of this dock. So you duplicate it into a free floating window. When you do that, this is what you'll see. Now it's on its own. And then you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, and save it to the cloud. I'm not going to, but give me a moment here. So you save it to the cloud. So the whole idea right now is all I'm trying to show you is that you can go to the different channels and you can start extracting scans that you might like. And you just save them to the cloud. Then you can bring them back one at a time and create a layout. You can create a layout then of scans that we've created for you. You can take my scans. You can add some of mine. You can create a layout then, and you really didn't have to know how to create any scan from scratch. Okay. Now, if you are in this test drive, make sure you save all of your work to the cloud. Okay, everything that you do. If you created a scanner of your own, or you have some of mine, or you took some from our channel bar, make sure you save everything to the cloud, including individual scans and any layout that you may have created. Why? Because if you decide you do want to take out a subscription once this test drive is over, and it doesn't matter when, if it's a day after or a month after or 5 years later, as long as you use the same email address for your subscription as you use for the test drive, all your work will be there in the cloud, okay? So very important, save all your work to the cloud. Okay, so now talk about the AI. If you have our premium service or you're still part of the test drive, make it easy on yourself. Just click on New from our toolbar and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? Never mind anything else, uncomplicated. What'll happen is you'll see this window. Next step would be to go to the filter, and it's a drop-down menu, and just check profitable. Don't worry about any other trades that might come through that aren't profitable. Just follow the profitable ones for the day, okay? So if you incorporate this window as part of your layout, then tomorrow when you load trade ideas, and if you do it before 9:30, this window will be blank. AI doesn't have any alerts pre-market. The earliest alert you'll get would be at 9:35. You see, the first one was at 9:43. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. In other words, there's no configuration setup or anything. Just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. All right, waiting to see if Redbox takes out 9 one more time. That would probably get me very interested. All right, NTNX guys, NTNX is getting interesting again as a short. I mean, it is, I mean, it's already been extended on the way down from there, but breaking down through that whole number of 16. Remember, I mean, this was all the way down to 13 something. I mean, this got absolutely beaten up on earnings. Okay, so Marjorie, you're talking about all you have to do is just the question is how do you, and this is from our YouTube room, how do you get the little pop-up to change the symbol? Just left click on a chart, okay, to make so just so Trade Ideas knows the chart you're in. So you left click on a chart, and in theory, all you have to do is just start typing. Okay, the minute I started to type, so I typed in M for Macy's, the change symbol box should pop up, and you can hit enter on your keyboard or type in MSFT. Okay, so it's a matter of just left clicking on the chart. Now let me know if that worked. If it didn't work, the only other thing could be that if you left click on the chart and when you start to type nothing comes up, hit the space bar on your keyboard and then that should pop up. Okay, this is, I'm assuming you're using the downloadable application, not the web-based version. I haven't used the web-based version for so long that I think it's about the same, but I'm not sure. Does that work? Okay, good. Okay, good. Man, I forgot about PLAB. PLAB, that was PLAB. I just forgot about it. You know, there's a great little base here, a little pop, earnings play yesterday, just continuation. I mean, this is all almost an all-time high now, guys. I mean, all-time high must be here, 2030. So, I mean, it's almost an all-time high for PLAB. Got to stick an alert over 20 and see if it gets out there or up to that point. All right, RDBX is making that challenge again at 9 for the little pullback. All right, talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. In the upper left-hand corner, you can see my screen, and it's called Brokerage Plus. And let me just get the link in. Okay, so I just put the Brokerage Plus link in. When you click on it, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. The second video is a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use the window. I don't know if it did a reverse split. Let's take a look. Now, our data only goes back, I mean, that is let me back out this monthly chart. I mean, we go back to I mean, it's possible that something, before 2009, I suppose. But that's where we have the all-time high is 2030. I mean, if it was before 2000, I don't know. I mean, I can't answer that question. But we go back to 2009 here, so it's possible something happened before that. But I don't see that it was a reverse split. So what year was that, the all-time high of 35, Brian? Just out of curiosity. So again, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, don't worry. It doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means, okay? And even if you have IB or E-Trade, doesn't mean you have to use it, okay? It's a feature, it's an option. It's there if you want it. Now, before I do that, I forgot one important thing. Again, mainly for people who are new. Of course, you can build your own scans if you want to. I mean, I went over how I'm sharing a lot of my scans, and in our toolbar, we have, I don't know, 50 scans or so. But if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click, configure, and search. So when the company started in 2003, they decided that, or they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So what they did was they said, okay, let's try to create a lot of alerts. When you see these icons, these are the real-time alerts. And when it gets to these icons, these are the filters. Try to create enough of them so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? Now, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. But we have to create enough of them because all sorts of different trading styles, thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. Okay. But don't get hung up on how many there are. I always say I should actually figure out the percentage that I actually use 1%, 2%, 0.5% of them. And I don't know them all. I don't care about most of them. I mean, I just, pick the ones I want and that's it. So don't get hung up on how many that you don't have to learn them all. Okay, now back to Brokerage Plus. So how I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. Paper trader, if you're new to trading, I can't emphasize enough to practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy and you've got to have, well, by the way, look at APYX now. If it's thumbnailed, is there volume coming in? Yes, a little bit of volume coming in. Okay, a little bit of volume coming in. Look at that little bit of a volume bar right there. So practice trading. It's really simple to use our simulator. I'm going to, hopefully you have this version of Trade Ideas. If you don't, when I say that it looks like the Brokerage Plus looks like this. And the other reason you should have our latest version, if you go to our homepage and download the beta, all of our data now starts at 4 a.m. Eastern time, okay? and that was a big something that had been asked for years. So we go from now 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're on the later version of Trade Ideas, you may not have, or an earlier version, you may not have that functionality. That may be something you want, even if you don't care about having Brokerage Plus. But let's just say you do care about having Brokerage Plus and you do want to practice trading, then you should download the latest one, because then it'll look like this. So when I'm demonstrating its use, it'll make sense to you. So notice it says not connected. All I have to do is click on SIM, and then it's going to say account, and then I click on account, and this box will pop up, and I click on that, and now I'm in the simulator. Now I can practice trading. That's simple. I click on an alert. I click on an alert, and for some reason the charts are, it's gonna be a moment here. If that happens, yeah. Sometimes, the server just gets a bit of an overload. All you have to do is just to go to account and reset connection, if that does happen. So here I am. I'm in I clicked on BBW. It shows up here. The symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want. I can pick where I want to get into the trade. Well, let's just take the trade. Just take it. Show you how easy it is to do it. I'm going to pick, say, 300 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. I mean, it's not a terrible spread. So I'm going to click on the buy, and that sets it up. And then just one, just so you can kind of review it, make sure that's what you want to do, and then send it. Okay, and so it took the trade. You got in at 1947. Now you're set to go. Now you can practice trading. Ooh, there's the Redbox back over 9. It's a choppy one, guys, so you got to be careful on it because of that float, 8.8 million. So if you want to practice swing trading, you can do so also, because if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then you can then it turns into, call it a swing trade. Okay, so if you do want to practice swing trading, you can do so. Now these are hotkeys. So if I had, a bunch of trades in here, I would just highlight the one I want to get out of, and then I would flatten it, or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Of course, I could go in here and pick how many shares I wanted to get out, the price, etc. Okay, but these are just some hotkeys that you can use. So practice trading, guys. Practice, practice, practice. You should also be, yeah, so 2002, yeah, I mean, I guess it's, well, I guess we go back to 2009, I guess. I mean, personally, I don't care what happened 5 years ago, or even 3 or 4 years ago, but that's just me. I mean, the markets have markets change so dramatically, I mean, month to month almost. But I certainly don't care. I mean, I know some people get hung. I'm not talking about you, Brian, of course, but some people get very hung up and say, "Well, man, 10 years ago I did this." I mean, does that really, really matter today? Even 5 years ago, does it really matter? Well, that was ugly on the APYX. I mean, as I was talking, I was all set to take this one, APYX. I like that little volume burst. What we're not seeing is a lot of follow through on some of these really cheap ones. It used to be, no, but seriously, you used to see something like this happen. The pullback's fine, and then it reach a certain level and get some volume, and then it might start, take a look at the highs of the day. I'm just not seeing a lot of action like that right now. Probably can't hear. You probably can't hear Chloe at my feet because of the noise canceling. So guys, and again, the way I trade is I look for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade, and that would be my one advice. Well, several advice, probably. Have a stop, know where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you, and that's why you have to practice. So again, you should have some kind of a checklist. In other words, look for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Now it doesn't mean you should have 100 reasons. You have to, check 100 boxes in order to take a trade. Obviously, you'll never get into anything. But what I do, most of the boxes are already checked based on my scans. In other words, for my solid trading, I know the price range I want. I know the minimum volume that I need. I know the relative volume that I need, etc. Okay, so a lot of things are already checked. When I get an alert, and we are called trade ideas. It doesn't mean when I get an alert, I take the trade immediately. Next thing I do is I kind of analyze what I see, and then I make up my mind. Well, this is sort of interesting. I mean, it's pretty extended now, but MOD is an earnings play, yes, post market, so release earnings after hours yesterday, and this has just been ripping. Got through the 200-day earlier, and this is a gap up and go. So this is a gap up and go. This is what I'm talking about right here. That doesn't mean that it's going to gap up and keep going. It's funny, I missed this one earlier. I wish I'd seen it on the 11 break. We have this one. I think the early alert was at 1092, but I must have been distracted, did not hear it. All right, Nix, what are you going to do now? NTNX, is this it? Well, guys, there's the PLAB. PLAB now is, boy, it just rocked here, over 20. Okay, maybe not technically an all-time high, but let's, for all intents and purposes, 2030. I mean, we are 2030 and we're not that far away. What a great 2-day continuation of earnings. I guess so. I guess the bear market's over. Nice while it lasted. You look, if there's any news on IMMX. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I'm just too distracted. I mean, this was such a, should say obvious. Nothing is obvious, but a $3 break. Had several alerts set up for it. I just could not concentrate enough on this one. Lost sight of it. And there's the float, 5.8 million in the float. Do not see, you're right, do not see any specific, excuse me, specific news on it. So again, guys, I mean, I may be wrong about this ACH. I mean, it's starting to move. I just didn't like it because it's just so choppy on this daily chart, but hey, I may be completely wrong. This one, the AJRD, I indicated why I didn't like this one, just because of the 200-day was too close. Plus, outside of the price range, I do like to trade the AI. CTRA. Now this could, now, okay, now look, no resistance, all-time high, CTRA, right? And of course, it's energy play. So CTRA, this could, you know, I mean, it's again, it's a little outside the price range I like for the AI. I usually like to concentrate on the ones under 20, but I mean, this is the right sector. It's an all-time high. Okay, I do not believe that big bottoming tail on the SPY. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change the symbol and then go back. I don't know why our software sometimes does that. Boy, this has been a fast morning for me anyway. Okay, so I'm watching the mod again. Okay, I want to see how well this holds 11. It may not, but I want to see how well this holds 11. And if it pops over 11 again, I may get interested in it. This is a gap up and go. It's an earnings play. Well, I thought I did. It did fix it, but it came back. It came back for some reason. On mine anyway. But the you know, it did come back, but it's gone again, the SPY. Let me just do a reset also. Sometimes that does it. Or maybe it happened again. Yes, maybe it happened again, and that's why. What do you mean by that, Peter? Any rumors on? Oh, I think you got deleted. Two times. Gosh is a two time. At least that's what we have here. Two time, not three time. Market maker always sunny. Frank. Newtonix guys. NTNX. It is starting to really give it up. Wow. Another all-time high, guys. MNRL, right sector. I mean, energy sector. Has been obviously take a look at XLE, just the main ETF. I mean, look at this move it's had over the last few months, 53 to 87. What's that? 5 months? Amazing. So there's not been a bear market for energy. Next. What sector is mod in? Is it energy sector? No, motor vehicle parts. Okay. Wish this were an energy play also. Next high looking left on the monthly chart is say 1104 and then 1140, 1130, 1140. Looks like 1140 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart for MOD. So that had a little bit of a pullback. Maybe it'll resume. It is an earnings play. So, I mean, the volume isn't huge. I mean, it's, almost 10 times normal, but it's not huge volume. I mean, only 400,000 shares. Oh, NTNX guys, I hope, well, maybe some of you were listening to me when I'm saying, is this it at that 60 mark? And remember, I mean, yeah, it had a fantastic run up. But remember, all those reasons why it got slammed down on earnings, they're still there. Give me a moment, please. Oh, Be one moment, please. I'm just checking something internally. Okay, 11, well, it was 11, it was 11 for MOD. Keep an eye on it, guys. I mean, this had the little pullback, and this could have another little run in it, MOD. All right, I have covered virtually my entire NTNX short. Was waiting to see if it could take out 15. It didn't do it, so I'm out of it. How's this seat? Look at seat. My goodness. Seat, the original alert was at 909, got up to 949. When I say the original alert, there it is. 10-day daily breakout, 909, and at 1013. Ooh, Newton's right back up. Got to be nimble. Speaking of nimble, how's Jack doing? Jack had earnings today, and it was still negative. Actually, got mildly positive. Released earnings after or before the market opened today, and got all the way down to $56. I don't know how much volume that was, but yeah, only 14,000 shares. And then it got all the way back up to 73. Thank you, Real. Thank you. You got that one. Good, good. Okay, APYX is back up again, but after that last little drop, not as you can see, the volume is not there. I mean, it could move. I mean, it's not mandatory that you get volume spikes, but you sure, again, you start taking these, there's no volume. And again, when I say no volume, I'm not talking about the absolute volume. I mean, 84,000 shares. I mean, it's good volume, but just in relation to what happened before, there's no, all of a sudden, there's no huge buying enthusiasm. Boy, this one did not. I know this showed up on your scanner earlier, Zach, but boy, this did not tumble at all. FSLY. It's not an earnings play either. Let's see if there's any specific news. Fastly to repurchase their 235 million convertible notes at a discounted price at 11.85 a share. Okay. Okay, you're making me look at M. Yeah, I mean it's doing it. It is doing it. You're right, and it's been a it's been a nice run. 2132. Not a huge percentage move, but nice run on the 5. Okay, and again, look what happened with the APYX. It just didn't. Just need some volume. Now, again, this could be really interesting later on in the day. I mean, in the afternoon, these are the type that all of a sudden catch a bid, as they're kind of basing for a while between 5 and 520. And then you get the buying enthusiasm sometime in the afternoon. You're answering your own question, TRD. NVDA, and NVIDIA, obviously a huge component. That's all. That's the reason. It's an earnings play also. NVDA was an earnings play. I think a lot of people thought it was going to get crushed. Too bad. No bounce plays yet, right, Zach? At least not the way I have it sorted. No euro coverage at all, Peter. Zero. We do Canadian stocks also, but we have no charts and things like that. So that's why I always say, I mean, I'm a Canadian, but basically we're US. And no E-minis, no crypto, no futures, no Forex, just stocks. Well, guys, RDBX looks like it wants to maybe run again. I mean, it's right back up. You just got to be careful because of that float. 8 million in the float. It can sink again, but some volume coming in. You can see on that 5-minute chart, you can see a volume burst. But again, it is very risky because of that float. 8 million in the float. But there it goes. I mean, the ideal situation for something like this is it just probably won't happen though because of the float and because of how active it is for somehow it bases for, an hour, just trades in a very narrow range, and then you get some volume to pop it up. Then at least you can sort of say, okay, I can put my stop at that range where it consolidated. But it's just, I mean, it is just very, very whippy. And it's going to go without me if it does go. I mean, and there it goes. I mean, it's a gap up and go, continuation, gap up and go. I mean, believe it or not, I'm more interested in this MOD, because it's hanging in around that 11 mark. But I mean, the volume is not great. That's the only thing. You'd like to see a nice volume push. I mean, it's good in terms of the relative volume. Oh, it is? Oh, I don't know TRD. I just don't know then why. I mean, certainly a big player, but I don't know what percentage of it is of the SPY. I never analyze stuff like that. Okay, sorry. Well, that's a nice bounce again for Nutanix. I mean, I had really thought that might really collapse, but I mean, it didn't do badly for me, but it was nowhere near what I thought it might do. Thought it might take a 15 and start to challenge the mid 14s, but not at all. So this is now another another great bounce for it, NTNX. Well, yeah, I mean, at least the volume is picking up a little bit on that 2 minute chart for APYX, a little bit. I wish you well. Meanwhile, in the GME world, I'm sure some of you were shorting this one. And I saw somebody post this before. Wedbush says unlikely to become the preferred solution, et cetera, et cetera. Didn't somebody say I also put a $30 price target on them? I mean, they can do that, but boy, when those memers get a hold of it, it is so tough. Now, is obviously drifting down. That is a big drop. Got up to 148. So here's a $20 drop now. Well, RDBX, again, it's going without me, but I guess if you take fewer shares, wider stop, you can kind of stay in the trade, but I just didn't do it. And we have a halt. CDRO just got halted on the way down, okay? Not very much volume. All right, I'm not sure why I had that price alert set for GME down here, but why is it? Oh, the APYX, good for you so far. All right, guys, it is 11:41. I'm 99.9% sure that it'll be Steve in our YouTube room today. You've done a switch. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just following a discussion from within Trade Ideas. Okay, I just want to confirm. I'm sure it's Steve, but I just want to confirm it'll be Steve. That'll be in about 15 minutes. Give me a moment, please. Again, I'm just doing some checking on stuff that's happening internally. Boy, this APYX just doesn't want to really keep ripping, does it? Well, let's see. The longer it holds, gets back into the 530s and holds there for a while. Look at that RDBX. That's why I did not want to chase it. RDBX. All right, back. It is back up now. APYX. Still waiting on, I mean, this mod just intrigues me. MOD just intrigues me. The longer it bases here, maybe in the afternoon, it starts to move again. Reminds me a little of like P-Lab. I mean, look, Lab yesterday, of course, it's different in that it's an all-time high or approaching that all-time high. So it's a different looking daily chart, but it just had, it just kept inching its way up and up, and then all of a sudden, what time is it here? At 2 o'clock, about 2 o'clock, it just, went from what, 16, 17, all the way up to 1850. It just kept moving, moving, moving. That's on a 15-minute chart. I am not saying mods are going to do the same thing, but it just reminds me a little bit like it because it wasn't doing too much until around 2 o'clock. And yes, it is. Steve is going to be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes. So before I take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over there between 12 and 1 to listen to Steve. Steve is the originator of the main originator. I would say 99% of the trades of the week. This week's is Dino. It's okay, I guess. What was the trigger? 47? 47.14 or so? 47? Energy play. Well, look at the warrant going here, guys. The warrant is on fire here for Redbox, RDBXW, and yet the stock is not. I don't think it's moving. Yeah, I mean, look at the warrant. It just took out $1. Boy, 198% on the warrant, and this is only up 33%. So the guy used to be in here that traded warrants. I can't remember. He said he retired. Made enough. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just again. All I'm doing right now is just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts and seeing if there's anything interesting happening in some of the other things that I'm following. That SWTX it is been all over the place. A couple of days ago, of course, I had the big pop, but it's just even though they've got these well, call them what you want, an outrageous price targets put on them by some named firms or name firms. This is not doing anything yet at all. SWTX. Okay, I just lost my. Interesting. Just lost some topless data. Let me do a quick reset. Okay, guys, mod. And not the TV show. MOD. Mod, MOD guys, I don't, can't tell you to buy it, but the issue with it again will be the next high looking left, which on the monthly chart is 1220. 1140 on the weekly chart is the next high looking left. So who's your broker, Harvey? Who is your broker? I could say that because I know at Interactive Brokers there are no shorts available for RDBX. Just wondering who your broker is. So TD Ameritrade has IB short or shorts for that one. Our DBX, it has shorts. Oh, I see. Okay, so you're just fooling around in here. Okay. Mod, mod, mod. Again, where it's going, I don't know. 1220 again. I think I said 1220 or sorry, 1140 is the next high. Takes that out. I mean, I don't know where it's going. These are the ones I love. I mean, I don't know anything about this company. I can read about it, but rarely see anything about it. I mean, look what it did over the last months. Nothing. I mean, how boring. And then that's why you get some of these companies that release earnings and out of nowhere they explode. Okay? I mean, that's the thing about these. That's why I love these. This I'll call even like a fourth tier earnings play. Oh, brother, guys. I mean, how good is this? I've just taken some out around that 1150 mark. Well, the interesting thing about it, Vicky, is that even I mean, you can play around all the alerts. I mean, even if you get a gap up and go, it may not, and actually it may start to fade, but it gives you a watch list. I mean, these are the only alerts today so far from it. Okay, so it gives you a very manageable watch list. All right, guys, I'm expecting Steve to show up at any time now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over there, he's not there yet. I haven't heard that little ping that lets me know that he's entered the YouTube room. Make sure I don't have the site on mute. And I did. Okay, so there you go. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Should be any time now. There he is. I hear you. I hear that little ping, Steve. Can you hear me? Mr. Gomez. Okay, Steve has entered the room. He's not sharing his screen quite yet. I'm just waiting for him to start sharing his screen.
And there's my audio.
Mr. Gomez, are you ready?
Hello. Yes, hold on one second here.
Okay.
I get a kick out of it. You're literally a nanosecond away from when I click into the audio.
Yeah.
You're like
Well, I hear a little
Pavlov's
ping. I hear that
dog.
little. I hear
You're
that
like,
little pop. So I
yeah,
know you've entered. So
there
that's
he is.
why. There he is.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So welcome to my screen here, and
Okay, my
I'll hide
friend.
that.
I will put
See you.
myself on mute now.
See you in an
Okay.
hour.
Okay. Bye bye.
All right. Let me make sure we're good to go over here. Yep. Sounds like we're good. Hello, everybody. Hello, Perfect Circle. You're early today. Hello, Iris. I don't have any new scans today, Iris, before you ask. I'm sorry. So how is everybody? So, by the way, yeah, this is Thursday, and you might notice I'm usually the Wednesday guy, but I have switched with Jamie. Jamie needed a switch, so I am now the Thursday guy, and that's not a problem with me. I'll be with you guys every Thursday at noon, giving Barry a break. Yeah, Dino. I'm long Dino. I like Dino. Dino's the trade of the week. And let's get my illustrator out. So oil and gas, let's see. Is oil and gas doing okay today? Yeah, we'll start from the sector down. Okay, so OIHs right there. OIHs look green. Geez, I'm surprised Dino isn't doing a little better. But it is an oil and gas stock. And the play on that one, of course, was to catch a nice move higher in the oil sector stock, use these couple of days of pullback and consolidation and lean on my favorite 10-day simple moving average. And look at that, 4 days in a row, beautiful bottoming tails showing the strength of the respect for the rising 10-day simple moving average there in Dino. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not afraid of stocks that do this on the open, that pull back on the open, that are strong. They might shake some weak hands out. And if they can finish it by the end of the day strong at highs, well, then we've just got a really nice bottoming tail to work with to go into tomorrow. So just in full management risk mode, nothing to do, nothing to worry about at the moment in that Dino trade. All right, let's take a look at the bigger picture here. Sorry, I had to swill something down there. Spider's doing very well, and at the moment, not the end of the day, but at the moment, they're trading through the 20 SMA here. Now, probably a real important inflection point here. Our intraday 10 SMA is holding the movement higher. But if we close, if this is what the average is, if this is what the SPY looks like when we close today, it's going to be bullish, because you can see here that was a denial of the 20-day. Never even got to the 20-day back here. But now we're back threatening this 20-day simple moving average again. And for the newer guys and girls, this is just as simple as I like to make it. I just like to use moving averages because I find so much correlation when we get to these levels. I mean, for instance, look at how the 200-day just literally smashed along with the 20-day, just smashed the S&P back here. This was around the middle of April. I had also made a couple of videos, or one specifically that looked at the NASDAQ and said, this is really not good action here. Right, this 6 days under the 50-day moving average, they just couldn't get above. So these are inflection points. These are areas of interest. And I notice when a price cannot get through a simple moving average, gives you a bit of a clue. So yeah, SPY definitely leading the way as they are respectively above their 20-day SMA, declining, whereas the NASDAQ really is the weakest of the bunch. they're still under the 20-day simple moving average in the NASDAQ. But the SPY being more of a broad-based index that includes energy, technology, financials, retail, and all that stuff, probably a better picture, broader picture of what's really going on out there. The technology has been, in fact, hammered. A couple of decent good picks today, too, in the AI. I mean, a really big runner in the CTRA. I don't know at what point it's going to run out of steam, but I will tell you this. It's going to run out of steam when it breaks that 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart. So right now, if you're in CTRA, there's no reason to get out on an intraday perspective. Daily perspective, it's a little tired. So, I mean, the minute this thing rolls over and breaks that rising 10 SMA, I would want to take profits on something like that, essentially because of what I'm seeing in the bigger picture. It's very hard to get things to run 5 days in a row with big green candles. There's going to be some sort of reversion to the mean at some point, no matter what stock it is. So that's a good looking one from the AI. Arch, ACH. This is obviously it's an ADR because of all the gaps. It's a foreign company. Yep, China company. But look at this. In the moment, it's moved up, it's pulled back, and it's finding our inflection point right there. So this is the first test here for ACH at the 10 SMA for the AI. What other one did we have in here? Yeah, okay, so AJRD was looking good, but its test came a half an hour ago. And I'm going to show you here, all right? This right there is the signal candle. That's the first candle that closed and formed under the rising 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart. That tells me the momentum to the upside has died. So if you used that signal candle here at 41.30 to get out, well, then you're not down here sweating it at 41.19, wondering, should I have gotten out? That's the simple rule that I use. If I'm ready to get out, ready to take a profit on something that's been extended, I'm using this 15-minute time frame, and the very first candle that closes, not trades, but closes below the rising 10 SMA, that's my signal candle to get out. And oftentimes, that's the early warning system, the early warning candle, where you look back an hour later and go, God, why didn't I just get out when it broke the momentum line that Steve shows me about all the time? So 3 simple trades. I love quiet trades. They're all profitable. Not a bad day for the AI. But I'm a swing trader. I'm more interested in the longer term stuff. Some of my current positions are DNA. Okay, I'm in the money on this one. Guess what I'm looking for? This is my target here in DNA, this 50-day moving average. If I can get a nice intraday push today up to the 50, I'll probably sell at least half of it. I'll be happy because look at how it behaved the last time we got to the 50-day moving average. All right, so this thing has respected the 50 DMA. Sure, the buyers might get some strength down here and a little action and push it up, but they're going to run right smack into that same line again. So I'm participating in a short-term move, and that is my target, that blue line here in this DNA. RKDA, I bought this morning, another similar to DNA. It's a Bioworks pesticide agriculture. I think the agricultural play is still definitely in play. But look at this. This is called a bird in the hand. This is my bird in the hand setup. Okay, we've got a giant downtrend and we broke it. It broke the 10, we broke the 20, and now we're going sideways. Sideways for 5-6 days. But look at what's forcing the issue. The 10 SMA has now got the attention of this stock, and it's also trapped here between the 10 and the 50. So I am anticipating this trade. I'm not waiting for a breakout. I bought it earlier this morning. There's the buy tag. I'm just waiting for this to materialize. I'm anticipating this trade. So I'm not waiting to react to it. I like the way it's shaping up, and I think the odds favor the bulls here. Like I said, it's like a bird in the hand. It's just kind of waiting to take flight. If these types of setups don't work, and by the end of the day, for some reason, this thing rolls over and closes like that, guess what? I'm going to sell at the end of the day. Just like the intraday 10 SMA, the daily candle 10 SMA also has to hold. Once it loses that, I'm not interested. I heard you guys talking about that MOD. Let's see, what else have I got? I've got some VTNR off of my A table. Right, this is the low float, high short float, illustrated here by 43 million shares in circulation, but 28% of them, 27% of them roughly, are on the wrong side of the lifeboat here as long as this thing keeps going up. So same situation, a beautiful move and the sideways action. I love the sideways action, and the 10 simple moving average, 10-day average comes up and forces the issue. Forced the issue here, closed above, forced the issue yesterday, closed above, and I expect it to continue to close above that rising 10 SMA today. I also have extra confidence in this because the short float is pretty darn high. We could get a really nice short squeeze. I'm also in DWAC, which is another type of a bird in the hand setup. Okay, new low, close to the low, tested the low, bounced up, recovered the 10, recovered the 20. Now we're going sideways, 8 days now, sideways above the 10 SMA. I'm in this trade again as an anticipation. And I will tell you easily, if this trade does explode and something happens and a PR event comes, well, I'll let it run up here to this 50-day moving average and I'll take half off. Just like I said, I was willing to do in my DNA trade that's working for me. All I want is a good 2 to 3 day move. Sometimes even a day and a half is what you can get to get a nice 10% move, you know, for sitting and risking 3% wiggles. All right, we got any questions? What do I think about DG? Oh, yeah, the dollar stores. Yeah, I see where your mind is going there. Gas is expensive, food's expensive. People probably going to stop shopping at Walmart and Costco and Target and looking at more dollar store. Yeah, so there's a story there. All right, so we had earnings today. That's nice. Pre-market, Dollar General's doing good from the earnings. So like it. I like the story. The chart for the moment is confirming the story. As long as it really holds this, it needs to hold that thing all day long and get back above this 200-day moving average. If it can recover above the 200-day moving average on some good earnings, gap up, that's a surprise gap up in a downtrend. It's a good looking start. And again, I know what you're thinking. And in this case, the chart does kind of confirm that thesis, at least after we have earnings. People were kind of slow to catch on. Maybe that for the last 6 months, 5 months, people have been shopping a lot more at Dollar. Let's look at Dollar Tree. So they both had earnings together. Isn't that cute? So both of them are giving us a bit of a hint here. This is kind of also a data point for anecdotal inflation evidence. Are people really pinching their pennies and going to the dollar store? It appears so. We got some good data today. That's a good call out there, Perfect Circle. I like that. Respectively, that Dollar General needed to get above its 200-day moving average, but this one, Dollar Tree, is a bit stronger because it's already based at its 200 down here. It's now fighting its 50-day, so Dollar Tree is the stronger of the two, in my opinion, respectively. And yeah, that's pretty much all I've got. I've also got I got bought back into silver, a PSLV fund. It's getting hit by the 20, but I'm watching the 10 coming up underneath. So everything that I'm in right now, nothing's threatening. A couple things are working, and a couple things are positive, and the rest are just working back and forth, slopping around, waiting for my anticipation trades to trigger. All right, Rev 22. Hi, do you think you could share the layout? Yeah, I can share my whole layout. You're not going to get certain symbol lists that I have on here because some of these are run by symbol lists and they're just watch lists. But for the most part, you'll get this. And so here's how easy it is to share a layout. Just, save entire layout and share. Copy. There you go for anybody who wants it. Again, some of these are not going to work because they are symbol list driven. we go. All right. You're welcome. Hello, Sahar. How to get to the Market Explorer. All right. The Market Explorer is a hard-coded list of traditional strategies that most people understand, 820 cross and gap fills and things like that. So a lot of good stuff in there. Great question. I'm glad you asked it. To get to any new item, we just go to the new menu and it's under the E here, Explorer, Market Explorer. TIQ stands for Trade Ideas Quant. That's a language that's a hard-coded program that our programmers do in-house. There's no configurations to these whatsoever. So you're just kind of stuck with what you get. So there's the window that opens up. And from here, you right-click to the server settings. And there's 80-20 cross on gappers. Some people like those. One of my favorites is the gap and pull back to the 10 SMA. And Michael created this one for me because obviously I love that 10 SMA. Looks like we've got one in here for today. I'm not seeing that on the daily. A lot of these are messy, but this is not messy. This is exactly what gap and pull back after the gap to the 10 SMAs looks like. So when you go through the Market Explorer, whether it's Sahar or anybody else, you're going to find some stuff that doesn't look right, doesn't look what you're looking for, but every now and then you find the perfect one. And this is exactly what we're trying to scan for here on this particular setting, okay? So this was likely earnings. Yeah, it looks like earnings gap up, perfect. We got a nice gap up in earnings. And then we had people selling and taking profits on that wonderful windfall they got. But where, in fact, does the buying start to come back in? Well, if you listen to me often, you'll know that I'm going to say the 10 SMA is my first area of interest. And here we are today. So this is the kind of setup that you could open the Market Explorer if you're a swing trader. I've got stuff out there. I'm not going to buy anything else just because it looks good. I'm super critical right now, but this is the kind of thing it's exactly scanning for. Gap up, sell off, and here we are. We're alerted right at the rising 10 SMA. Michael built this pretty much, for me, and I look at it a lot. What else do we have on here today? See, there's one that just doesn't really fit the bill, but technically it did do what we asked it to do. It gapped up a few days ago. Okay, so again, we're gapping up a few days prior. And, even though this didn't do exactly, it didn't pull back. I'll tell you what, the sideways action is pretty damn strong too. I mean, this is something I might even set an alert on and just kind of monitor new highs on this thing. So I like the gap. Sideways is strong. And then look, how about that? The 10-day simple moving average is forcing the issue higher. Who would have thought? It's pretty much how I do things. There's that same stock, Neuro, again, touching the 10 SMA again and yesterday, because we are on yesterday's date now. There's that same one again. So some of these are showing up as duplicates because they're doing the same thing a couple days in a row. But that's one of my favorites. What else is in the server window here? Your TI strength alerts are going to be in there, and they're updated a lot. A lot of alerts in there. But again, the TI strength is just relative strength. It's stocks like Arch Coal. I'm very familiar with Arch Coal, but stocks that are holding up well. That's what the strength alerts are going to do, the relative strength alert. Some people like bull flags on the daily chart. Well, if we can find some, I'd call that a bull flag. That's probably a bull flag, but the system, the way Michael coded it, is definitely identifying those as a bull flag. So hopefully, Sahar, that helps give you a little roadmap to the Market Explorer and a good way to utilize it. I don't like how the 10 SMA has caught Dino there. Last hour, it's been holding it down. Doesn't mean it's a deal killer. It just would be nice to see this thing break back up. But for the moment, a little bit of sell pressure on that one after a big run up. VTNR, I'd love to see this one go. This is the short squeeze thesis. Again, 44 million shares, 27% of those are short. I don't want to be short a daily chart that looks like that. It's just begging for a consolidation and a go. All right, anything that you guys would like me to look at? We've looked at all the stuff I want to see. No new AI calls. Again, just I love simple, green, one direction. Starting to get some. Okay, so I talked earlier about holding that 10 SMA. Well, that ACH broke the 10 SMA. That might be it for the day. CTRA is now going to pull back and threaten to test that 10 SMA. That could be it, especially after 5 days of big run. And this one broke it, but it's just kind of hanging around. Do I think this is a real bounce? It might have some follow through. I assume you mean the SPY. I do, as long as if we close like this right here, yeah, I think we've got a little bounce maybe up to 420. 420 was a big pivot level that we had kept knocking on and then breaking eventually. And pivot levels tend to be retested, support. So it just could marry up perfectly that if we get a nice relief bounce here and a close, maybe the same thing happens. The market wants to come up to the 50-day SMA, which might be right around that pivot level of 420. Now, I was in cash 4 days ago, and now I've got a lot of buying power out. I've got some fishing line in the ocean. So I'm betting on that. Okay, I'm betting on a nice soft bounce. Also leaning on that nice bottoming tail there. It's really hard when you have a reversal bottoming tail like that to just roll back over and cover it up. So nice to lean on that one as well. But I think we could be looking at 420 for the next couple of days. And it would be nice if the market continues to rise, which it is right there. But it would be nice if it would take the items that I'm in as well, not just take the index by itself. AMD is strong. NVIDIA is strong. By the way, NVIDIA is the one and only call today in the Traders What We're Watching Eye. This is Andy and myself, our daily watch list, things that we're looking at. And when something feels safe, like the opening range elbow fight is over, Andy has the keys to drop this in. So he literally dropped this NVIDIA in, I think, like right about there, 172. So really working well on that one. If you don't have this, I want to show you two things. First thing is I'll just give it to you. This is a brand new list of swing ideas, real time. I'll call it real time curated. I type better. Real time curated swing ideas. That's the cloud link for that. You don't need a symbol list. The symbol list is what we control. We drop that in there in real time. But today there's only one thing in there, but hell, who cares? It's working. It's working really well, along with its brother, its cousin AMD. Second way to access the information, or it's what we're watching, or the trader's eye, and this is probably a more comprehensive way if you're interested. You go to the new menu, go to docked channel bar. So we're going to create a new workspace with a channel bar. And we're going to fill that workspace up with the trader's eye. So this is the same thing. All right. There it is. There's NVIDIA. There's the top list right there, trader's eye. But what we've done with this channel is we've added a few things. If there was 6 items in here, well, the stock race would start to make a little bit more sense in showing you which ones in the eye is doing well in the moment. But today there's just one item. No real value there. The new high, that's an alert window. So if you've got 6 or 7 items in here on a good day when things are cranking, I have this set to, or the channel, let me say, is already pre-configured to play sounds, text to speech. So if you're not looking at something and you've been watching the trader's eye and there's a few ideas in there, if NVIDIA is going to make a new high, we're going to hear it audibly. So you could literally, minimize that and just wait and hear what the text to speech is calling out on that particular docked channel bar. So that's one way. Another way to keep track of the items that we're doing in real time there. Let's see. Yeah, I'll get to that slam into the 130 scan. There's probably a lot to talk about there. So let's see here if I've missed any questions. Real bounce, yes. Sahar, you're welcome. Long GLNG, they had earnings this morning. I like that chart coming into earnings. I'm going to have to keep an eye on it here. All right. And what a perfect example to talk about that 130. This is my 130 line, which is, I'll just show you, indicators, simple moving average, 130 periods right there. Well, why 130? Because 130 candles fit perfectly into a 5-day, 15-minute candle period. So 130 15-minute candles equals a 5-day moving average on my 15-minute chart. And look at how it's coming into play. Again, my moving averages are nothing more than an area of interest. It doesn't tell me to do anything. It just tells me to watch and see how the action occurs, how the action reacts at those areas. And as I said, GLNG looked great on the daily. We had earnings, spiked up like it wanted to go. And then it, honestly, these are probably just the algos that tried to shake people out, sadly, but true. But I'm watching this, and if I wanted to participate in this, I would probably wait for it to get back above that blue line, that 130. That's my intraday 5-day moving average. It's the only two averages I use. There's my 10, and there's the 130, which is a 5-day average. I keep it as simple as that. So who asked that question? Walton. That's your first order of business. On the daily, it's holding up. We love to see the 50. Look at how that 50-day moving average is just keeping this thing in play. It got way too oversold and popped right back up. So it's a battle right now between that daily 50-day moving average and the 5-day intraday moving average. And that's where we are on that one. BKSY. So Banksy for Doodle Dumb. Perfect. Banksy for Doodle. What do we got here? Black Sky, no earnings. Must have had news today, right? Or yesterday. And we're just kind of following through on yesterday's news, whatever that was. Looks like it was a good one. Definitely spooked the shorts. No big short float to consider. So as this one consolidates now, which is essentially what it's going to do, this was the day yesterday. Now it's just going to say, what in the hell just happened here? Watch my 5-day moving average come up and start to maybe support that. If it can't hold that level and starts breaking down below that blue line, well, then it might be losing its luster. But that's a really good start, whatever the news is. Contract, huh? They got to award out a contract. Okay. That's good news. Let's see. David. Hello, David. Do I think Box is bottomed? Well, there's a lot of stocks out there. We could ask that question. Box has been respecting the 200-day moving average, and it's slopped through it again, and it's back above. So I think as long as Box, you can't give up that 200-day again, David. So that's your first order of business. You got to hold that flat 200-day moving average. And then just work from there. First order of business is close above the 10. Second order of business is close above the 20. It's a process. It'll probably take a few days, but it doesn't look bad. It's fighting, but you don't want to lose that 200-day moving average again. That could be an early sign if something's not right. All right, so here we go. Rev 22. What is my slam into the 130 scan? Well, it's literally a short scan, believe it or not. It's showing new highs. But I laughed because I said that was a perfect opportunity there for us to talk about that 130 average. Well, that's what we're using here. Let's click through, shall we? All right, new high. What did it do? It slammed into the 130. See that? Slammed into the 130. Oh, look how it respected the 130 here as well. This is why I use this moving average, guys. So this is a short strategy. Believe it or not, you're not supposed to buy this when it comes out. You're supposed to go short. Let's take a look at the others. All right, so this one triggered at the 5-day, but now it's bleeding through a little bit. Triggered through the 5-day, but it's bleeding through. Now, I'll tell you what, I'm probably not going to trust this scan as much as I have in the past because I think we might be bottoming out here and we might be due for a bit of a relief bounce. But let's take a look at what this scan really does. I'm going to configure it. New high. Okay, here is the kicker. This is why you're seeing symbols come through today. And on many days, you won't see a darn thing. It's this filter right here. Minimum S&P change 1.4%. That's a pretty good move in the S&P. So we're trying to find stocks in a down market to sell the rips. And what a better point to sell the rip than that 5-day moving average. But I'm not exactly sure that this strategy is going to start working going forward if we have some solid closes here in the next few days. This thing has worked like a gem over the last 2 months. Want to see something really cool? Before I show you that, this is the 130 filter. We have a filter for that moving average. I had them build that for me. And a tenth of a percent above, a tenth of a percent below. As long as we're slamming into that, that's this line right here on a new high, and the S&P is up 1.4%. That's all I need to see. Now here's where it gets really interesting. You might say, well, geez, I don't really want to short these things. The market's up big today. Why would we do that? I'll show you why. Because statistically speaking, we're going to back test this. And this is a great lesson as to why back tests can work really well for a certain period, and then they can suck and they can go back on the shelf. So timed exit. This is a swing trade. 3-day hold. Tomorrow plus 2 days, get out at the open. Ideally, it gaps up. Risk management, swing trade. We're going to risk 2% to try and get 7. That's a good risk reward. We're going to sample this for all 60 days because there's some really good stuff in here. It just froze up on me. Here we go. Okay, we're good at 64 days. I'm just going to go ahead and simulate sell. I'm going to show you guys what happens if you short sell these big run-ups on big S&P moves into the 5-day moving average and allow it to wiggle around for 2%, but hold it short for 3 days. What could you expect? You could expect something probably pretty good. But that's the past. This is now. If this market turns and bases and starts bouncing, this strategy is probably going to start to deteriorate. But for the last 6 months, 2 months, you guys know very well we have been in a seller's market. Sell the rip. Don't buy the dip, short sell the rip. And this is exactly what this strategy does. And now we've got the data to show us 350 trades over 60 days, average winner $1.80, average loser 80 cents. The strategy return over 2 months is 47%, annualized 420%. So that is a viable strategy. But you can't just jump in there and lean on it because the market might change. But this is something to put in your back pocket and know that it's been back tested. When we're in a seller's market and you are not afraid to short sell things, this is a wonderful, statistically viable strategy for anybody that would want to do that. All right. Let's put this back on real time, which it is. I've got it muted right now because I've also, it's a very quiet strategy. It can sit for 2 weeks and not do anything. Matter of fact, let me illustrate that for you. Run that again. We'll look at the data. And what you can look at on these backtest results is the distribution. The distribution daily. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. This thing can sit idle for 5 weeks at a time. But on those big days when the market bounces up and you fade those calls, you're going to get some good results. But the last few weeks, you can see it hasn't done a whole lot. So we've got some new trades in there now. They're going to have to work through the system over the next 3 days. I imagine some of them will be stopped out for a 2% loss, and maybe some of them will hang in there. That ZG, who knows? So that's what that is all about. Rev 130. It's there for you, and anybody else who wants it, I'll share it as an individual strategy. There's the cloud link for that one. Hello, Dave W. Yeah, thanks. No questions today. All right. Well, if you got one, let me know. Got another 25 minutes to kill. I don't know if Matt is out there. I met a guy at the driving range on Tuesday named Matthew. Matt. We started talking. I had my trade ideas gear on, and we started talking about the markets. And he said he might drop by and say hi. I don't know if you're out there, Matt. If you are, hello. Bought a new set of irons. I just couldn't wait to go out there and dial them in on the range tracker. All right, let's check in with what's going on out there. NASDAQ still reaching. Yeah, we might have put in a soft bottom there. Let's take a look at the RSI here on the NASDAQ. Yeah, nice soft bottoming bounce on the RSI. Check this out. This is what we call bullish divergence, okay? Newer low, fresh low in the price. There we go. But the RSI didn't make a fresh low. So back to whoever asked me, do we think the market might be bottoming here? Here's another case that we can put in the profile that, yeah, we could be bottoming out here, at least temporarily. I mean, and there's a trend up there. We definitely could have a bounce. And this bullish divergence here certainly makes that case as well. All right. Echo, do you have an intraday scalping strategy? Well, I'm not really an intraday scalper, so I don't. But I'm trying to think of where I could point you towards. You know, the turbo family, the turbo breaks up and turbo, those are Jamies, those are momentum scalps. Those are definitely volume driven, and it's not something you buy a pullback on. It's something you look to buy momentum and continue. Turbo breaks up. Actually, I'm going to do the turbo family, turbo up family, no resistance, turbo down family, no support. Interesting. Let's load both of those. Okay. So these look like multi-strategy windows. Okay, so market cap 4 billion, market cap 2 to 4 billion, sub 2 billion. Those are the ones going up. I'll share that with you. This was the last one that came through. MO. There was the arrow right there. So the arrow, whenever you click on the symbol in the scan, it'll show you that candle, the actual candle the arrow came through on. So let me give you that one. Turbo up. He calls it family because he's got it broken down by market cap. And then let's do the turbo family down. Family down, no support. Okay. Strategy. I don't know why it has to. Yeah. You can get rid of the strategy column if you wanted to, but there it is. The ones that are going down. Let's see. These are going down. Yep, going down. Elevator down. No guarantees in these, but it's going to show you and highlight to you what stocks have high momentum, high relative volume, moving in one direction, either up or down. And I'll share that one with you. So those two are probably the best. Again, it's not my fort for intraday scalping. Dave, hopefully I'm playing golf with Brad tomorrow, and but he did give me priority on it. I've got his ear. It's one of those things that it's probably in the works, and maybe in the next build we'll see what happens. But it's not going to fall by the wayside. Don't worry about that. Kathy Woods trying to kick the Xanax today after a long, hard year. That's the business she chose. Imagine all the telephone calls she's been getting. Anyway, yes, I would agree. ARK Fund looks like it might be trying to dig in and do something. This last little hitch down did nothing more than just kind of fill that gap, which is nice. A little tidy work there, a little working off that. And now, I'll tell you what, if ARK can close above the declining 20, that's a good start. It might even get my attention. Who knows? It's a great way to just kind of invest in all those plays without buying them all at once. Looks like Arch is going to highs. Mike C. Sector status on channel bar. I'm aware of that one, but do you have a scanner for sectors with a list of group industry stocks for each sector? I really don't think so. Anything that's been done in that channel is going to be your best bet for trying to wrangle all of the sector data that we have. Again, some of our sector data might be, I don't know, we are slave to our data provider. And if we don't have a couple of symbols or a couple of companies that should be in that sector, sometimes we get called out on that, and it's just nothing we can really do. But that's probably going to be your best bet. I don't really have anything other than that. I do it manually. I work from a top-down approach using my sector ETFs there, and I'm always kind of aware of what sectors are doing what. I'm seeing a lot of green come through here on my SPY high-low, and yeah, we're up there making new highs. I saw some volume coming into DWAC. This is what I want to see. I'm long this one. Would be really nice to break out of that range right there and do it with conviction and volume. But this is one of those trades I mentioned on the onset. I am positioned and I am anticipating. I'm not reacting to anything, but what I see is some consolidation that seems to favor the upside. And so I'm going to sit in this. What would get me out of this? Well, if this move right here failed and came back down and we closed down here below the 10 SMA, I'd probably get out today. I don't fall in love with these things. I love some of these stories, but you've got to have a chart confirm the story. Otherwise, you wake up every day, you log in, and you become a hoper. And the hoper just taxes you of financial capital, mental capital, emotional capital, of finding other opportunities. So just cut them and move on and get back. I've been in and out of this thing a few times. I had fun when it was running back here. Then I had to get out back there. Could have taken great profits, but I didn't. Once it broke the 50, I got out. And I've been, oh, here we go. Something's maybe trying. So, okay, all PUHN always runs when this does something too. CFVI usually likes to run when this does something. It looks like it just might be DWAC related. What's Twitter doing? Just had a good day. Oh yeah, and the ARC divergence. Let's take a look. Yeah, definitely. It's tough because ARC never made a lower low. It's the positive bullish divergence work really well when you actually make a secondary low and the RSI doesn't make a secondary low. That's the real divergence. So Max, I can definitely share my sector ETF, but here's the problem. When it comes through to you, it'll come through as just a shell, but I will show you how to connect the dots. Okay, so here comes the top list. That's the shell. What you're going to have to do is you're going to have to go, and anybody else that wants this, this is your drill. Tools, symbol list. You're going to have to apply a symbol list like I've done. Create a new list. Call it sector, ETF, whatever you want. Give it that name, then you got a list. My list is called ETF, and those are the 28 symbols in ETF. So I will drop those also for you. But you're going to have to create your own list and use these symbols to make that list, because I can't share that portion in my cloud. And I hate how it spaces them all together like that. That's really annoying. You can take a screenshot if you want, but those are the symbols that I use. So once you've created your list and dropped those ETFs into there, you need to tie the scan together. So you right click the scan and you go to configure and intuitively go to symbols. And you'll see I'm using my ETF list, only this list. Okay, so you're going to have to go over one time only, and this is the master list right here, and you can find yours that you just made, sector, ETF, whatever you want to call it, grab it, click it, it'll come over here, checkbox it, and then launch that top list, and you will have a sorted top list based on ETFs. And if you don't know what the ETFs are, what you can do is you can go in and you can add a column. Okay, go to the column tab and add name. Company name will tell you, hey, this is the S&P Drexion semiconductor ETF. So you get a better idea. You don't just look at all those symbols. You can quickly learn what they are. DWAC likes to do this. Somebody will do something or say something, it spikes up and then just comes right back. But as long as it looks like this on the daily, I'm happy. It's holding. It's almost like a little double head and shoulders there. Double head, double shoulder. Got to build on that. But I will not get married to it. All right, good, Max. Hope that helps. All right, I'll be here another 15 minutes or so. Talk about whatever you want. I want to see this one hold up. VTNR. Yeah, Dino's fighting. Trade of the week is fighting. Those Arch and BTU, the coal stocks are hanging strong. This is another one that I'm just patiently waiting in. Bioscience, pesticide, agricultural, chemical. Big story there. We just need to get this chart to confirm that story. And then, of course, I'm in DNA. DNA is getting a little tired here midday. But again, on this swing trade, my target is going to be this 50-day moving average up there. Yes, echo all the time. Matter of fact, the way in which I played the market weakness, some of you regulars probably know, but I was picking on the Qs on the NASDAQ, and I was wanting to short them. Matter of fact, right after I made that TikTok video, got a lot of views. I said, watch out below, guys. This is really, really bearish. So what did I do? I bought SQQQ down here. Participated there, kind of reloaded on that second day right there of green, participated there, and then that was kind of it. I haven't really done so. So I love triple levered ETFs because if I have super conviction on gold miners, well, hell, I want some bang for the buck. I'm going to trade Nugget and UGT and really get it going. So yeah, I love triple ETFs, but you got to know you're out because when you're wrong, it hurts 3 times harder than the actual underlying sector. All right, Walt, hello. Sometimes on my TI screen, the zoom button are huge and block the view of the chart. Are you on the web version? Because the web version has different charts than mine does, Walt. The zoom plus my... Let me see if there's something, an option here. Properties. Are you seeing on my chart what you see on yours? Because we're probably... The way I zoom is I just click and I hold down the control key and I use my mouse wheel. But again, if you're on the web version, it might be totally different. You're in the download version. Okay. I'm not sure what you're seeing. But again, if you can't hold down the control key and use the mouse wheel to get that perspective right where you want it, you can use the control key and the left and right arrow as well. I'm not addressing your question, let me know. But if you got the downloaded version, it should look like mine. So does that help when you change the perspective, Walt, of the zoom, and you can get the whatever you want to see unblocked? Or maybe you have something else on properties that I don't show. Pre-market, post-market, crosshairs, borders, dark theme, smart risk levels. Are you talking about the smart risk levels? Those things? Okay. Sure, no problem. Sure, that's probably a good concept, David. How would you change the scan for score? So first off, let's go back to my A table, and I'm using the score filter. I'm using a base of 75. I've had it at 80. I've also had it at 90. That's why the original name was the A table. Only stocks that were above 90, that scored 90 and above, were super strong stocks on our stock composite rating. But I've opened that up to try and bring in some other ones. No, I have not traded the opposite of ARC. I saw that, though. That's kind of interesting. SARC. I have not done that one. Well, so David's asking, can I make a scan that uses the stock composite rating? And the point is for changes in real time. So the good news is that the stock composite rating doesn't change overnight. It changes in real time. So if you wanted to do something, scan for changes in the composite rating score. You could do one of two things, David. You could make an alert window, maybe probably with a new high, and then that new high is at the threshold of your minimum score. Or you could make a top list like I did, and again, make the minimum score, and you could sort. But I think it sounds to me like you want to be notified when something new pops into the score window. So in that respect, you'd want to use an alert window and likely add the action to it to give you a sound. So hey, something just popped in here, just made a new high, and it just went from score 79 to score 80. And now you're interested because you've got a minimum of 80. Yes, you could do that. If you need help, let me know. I'd like to make a column for that, or maybe an alert window. So yeah, you heard me. If you want to hear it the moment it comes in, you're going to need an alert window and some sort of an event, maybe a 5. I would imagine if it's going to come up into the threshold of a minimum new score, a new high would satisfy that for you as the event. SARC looking tired, just like ARCs. Yeah, this might be it. I don't want to be short down here. I can tell you that. I was much more comfortable short the last few weeks. Some individual names. I had some Disney in another account, which was lovely. But I'm out of that one now. I tried to short Pfizer and quickly on my rules. Okay. I was short down here and I said, if this thing gets above the 50-day moving average, and it did, and it closed above, I got out. But in hindsight, it didn't matter. It just blasted higher. So I follow my rules. I use my moving averages as my guide stones at the end of the day. If that's what the candle is going to look like, so be it. It doesn't matter what I think. I'm not going to fight the trend. I'm not going to fight the technicals, because then you just start, like I said earlier, losing emotional, mental, spiritual, financial capital, fretting over a stock that you don't want to be in, hoping it's going to turn around. And that's not trading, that's hoping. Lithium, big day. I'm sorry, live, but it's still lithium. I call it, don't I? Yeah, lithium. Nice day. And look at this too. I kind of missed this one. Consolidation chop pattern. What forced the issue higher? The 10-day simple moving average. And here we are. So this is what I'm kind of hoping for in some of my positions that I'm sitting in now. I'm anticipating consolidation of a strong stock above the 10-day SMA. I'm doing that in Ricotta, Media on the daily. I'm doing that on DWAC on the daily. I'm just trying to see if I can get a push out of there, out of that consolidation. All right. Well, the score jumping by a certain amount of points, David, that would be kind of an event based. And we don't really have that. That'd be like running up, in the score. The only thing we can do is create an event like running up or new high, and then use that filter to say it crossed a threshold. Oh yeah, true. Good point. I just got to that question, that comment for David's question. Maybe a stock race based on comp rating. So yeah, you could put a top list together, maybe have like some minimum relative volume of 1.0, obviously doing something. And then you sort that column. And then when you run that race, what you have to do is you have to make sure that you replace cars. As new cars come in, you'd replace cars. Probably auto start after it ran. But the most important thing is that you would find the score. You'd have to have score, which I do, I believe, as a column. No, I don't. I thought I did. Price relative volume. Ah, there it is. Staring right at it. Based on stock composite rating, delta value. So the ones that are the strongest are always at the top. What else is our option here? Price relative shot. So you do something like that. And if new cars start popping up into the race, you'll see a new name in there that just crossed the threshold. That way you would not need an event. You'd just be kind of using the stock race as your event. Yeah, the DWAC is whack though, Dave. As you can see now, it's just whack. It's right back to its. This thing jumps around on a lot of little PR things that don't mean anything. It's also only got 28 million in the float. But as long as it stays above that little bird in the hand right there, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to let it do its intraday shucking and jiving. Walt, when I use Windows, show all and later all another activity and return all, my windows are all gone. How do I lock my windows? Okay, the Alt tab doesn't work really, so I know what you're talking about. I'm going to go down here, and there you go. Alt tab will only bring up one window at a time, Walt. So what you want to do is you just want to basically find the one that says TI, Trade Ideas Pro. This is the toolbar. If I restore my toolbar, it pulls all the windows back up. Watch, if I minimize my toolbar and then I just go this window, well, then we have that. And nobody expects you to reload your layout like that. Uh-oh, would I do something? No, here we go. So click the toolbar. Toolbar brings everything back up automatically. I suspect that's what you're asking about. All right, guys, any more questions before Barry comes in?
And Barry is right here.
There is Barry. How is
Barry's
Barry?
right here. Not bad. I was listening to you talking about your 130. So what you're doing is you're using the 130 period SMA on a 5-minute chart.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll add that just to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I think you copied my 15-minute chart with the 10 SMA, didn't you?
I
Did
did,
you not?
yes. Actually, what I've done is I have, what have I done? I've created a top, oh, you can't see my screen, but I created a topless window that is basically close to the 10 SMA.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I'm seeing stock. So basically what I did was I put minus 0.1. So the 8 period SMA 15-minute chart. So not 10, but the 8. The reason I did 8 is because a lot of people in the room are using 8. But anyway, and I just put min minus 0.1, max 0.1. And so now I'm seeing stocks right at that level with other filters, of course. And what I did add to try to get some kind of a trend was, say, 3 or 4 consecutive 5-minute candles. Mm-hmm. In either direction to get some kind of a trend rather than just seeing something that was, flat on that SMA. So, and it's, I just put that together yesterday and I'm just kind of, I've got so much on my plate, all these different types of scans that I got and questions coming in. I haven't had a real chance to monitor it, but I'm kind of intrigued by it.
Can you see my screen right now?
I can see your screen, the ZG.
Yeah. So here's my 2 indicators. We are pinched between my 2 indicators, the rising 10 SMA and the declining 130. So now this tells me, okay, we are at a battle. We're in an inflection zone here. We're going to see who wins. That's how I use it. I just kind of monitor the price action here. And if it pops above and closes above that blue line, then I'm like, okay, the buyers are still in control here. I fully expected some selling and some resistance, and that's what we're getting the last 45 minutes, right on cue. So that's a perfect chart right there, Barry, as to why I use those two moving averages on this
It's
time
very
frame.
cool. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very cool, and especially, man, if it ever popped. I mean, look at the void at the top. Wow.
Yep.
If it ever did pop, and as you say, if the market continues, I mean, obviously the bear market's over, right, Steve?
Yeah. Well, let's say I was long. Let's say I was long ZG here, right? And I'm looking to take profits. The minute this thing closes below that rising 10 SMA, that's my signal to
Yeah,
get out. That's my momentum
got,
is dead. Get out before everybody else does. So there's a
gotcha.
lot going on here. If I was in this trade, a lot's going to be determined here pretty soon on this particular junction.
I actually did load that scan, and I'm just going to do a history. As you say, you might not get very many. Oh, I got a few today.
Well,
I actually
because
got a
yeah,
few
we're
today.
having a big bounce. Only on big bounce days. That's why it's worked, because the big bounce days get crushed the following 2 or 3 days, and that's what these do. These
Right.
fade on the short back test.
Gotcha. All right.
All right.
Well, thank you for that. I listen to you. I usually listen to you guys for about half an hour after I do my workout, and it's such an interesting. Well, it's such a different perspective from my perspective on what I do. So it's kind of cool to listen to you guys talk about it too.
There's many different ways to do it.
There is, or there are. All right, I'll take
All
over
right.
now.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you,
See ya.
Steve.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. Let me just get my music rolling again. Okay, guys, I'm back in the room, both rooms now. Let me just want to get my music. APYX just popped up here, guys. This is, well, it just dropped again. It's been a very erratic, I don't want to call it erratic. I mean, it's been holding between probably that 520 and 535 mark for quite a while. And, I mean, it is one of those because of what it did earlier. And the float is not excessive. If it catches a bid again, I mean, we could have an end of day run. But before I do all that, let me get my music running. I cannot do it without music. It's too quiet on my headset. There we go. Now I also put in Joby, guys, Joby. I'm not sure if I actually typed the symbol in while I was on my break, but I want not Jobly, but Joby, Joby. And yeah, off that five break. I mean, look how beautiful that is off that five break or five consolidation. Not quite five consolidation, about 540 or so, I guess, but nice little move. This is the one that I was so ticked off at IB for not having shorts available for me. See, that's amazing. Just give me a moment here. My music just a little loud, so just give me a moment here. So for those of you with IB, you know that and if you were in the room before the market opened, I opened the room at about I start talking at about 9 o'clock. I wanted to short this Joby, Joby. I watched this thing go up, and I saw these two topping tails. And when it was going up, I glanced over to see how many shorts were available. There were certainly shorts available at Interactive Brokers. And then lo and behold, when I wanted to short it right around here, around $6, no shorts available. And now I'm looking 464,000 shorts available. So there's obviously been some massive short covering in IB anyway. Okay, and my guess is that other companies that may have had shorts earlier, they may have dried up, but now they're right back. Not that I want to short this now, but that's a huge change. I mean, from going from zero shorts available to almost 500,000 now. Now, I was thinking mod. I mean, mod had that big pullback, but it's still interesting to me. I traded out of it. A little too erratic for me, but it is looking like it wants to move again. But the one that really kind of got away from myself and maybe others is this DXC. This is another earnings play. And it's not, is it dramatic? No, but look at this move. We had it in the 10-day daily breakout at 31.81. Okay, right here, 31.81. But I looked at it and I thought, oh man, what's it going to do? It didn't really do too much in the pre-market. It is an earnings play. It released earnings after hours, and kind of held, but didn't really do that much. And then all of a sudden the market opened, and I saw this. Okay, but really, is that it? It's tacked on over $2 on that very, very solid, gentle move. Even look at it on a 2-minute chart. I mean, no massive pullbacks. Contrast that with an RBLX. I mean, you give me, I mean, look at all these chops up and down an RBLX. Very difficult to hold in. Not RBLX, sorry. Um, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Our DBX, sorry, our DBX. I mean, look how choppy our DBX is. I mean, look how choppy on a 15-minute chart, 2-minute chart, chopping up and down, up and down. The thing is that if I could find, you give me 2 or 3 DXCs every day, and you told me those are the only ones you could really trade, and forget about the rest of the one. Now, you know, would the DXC do this every single day? Of course not, or similar. But these are way easier trades to stay in, to manage, rather than those wild ones. They're not going to give you the massive percentage moves, but boy, they're a lot easier to manage. All right, guys. Let's see what is happening. The APA again. Do not lose sight of the APYX. If it can break out of this area on some volume, just get some volume to really break it out. I mean, it's choppy also. It's not easy, but it did get up to, all traders are looking at right now is that 568 mark that it hit. The high of last month was 678. So, I mean, it's got room. It's got some room if it catches a bid again later on. Okay, now, GES, that has been pretty active. Yeah, here's another one. Now, this is, of course, gas, as in jeans, etc. It's been pretty good too. When you look at the 15-minute chart, it's an earnings play. After these two topping tails here, that was 9 o'clock and 9:15. I'm sorry, that was 9:15 and 9. There's the opening candle, and I think we have a halt. Ooh, on the way down, AVDL. Boy, look at this. I mean, this has just been absolutely clobbered, almost an all-time low. How do you control my volume? That's on your computer, I guess. I mean, you should have a little sound icon in the bottom right-hand corner. I mean, I can't show you, it's on my other monitor, but right around here, there's a sound icon. I don't know if I can, no, yeah, no, it doesn't move over to my other monitor. There might be a way from within. I'm not sure if there's a way from within the actual trading room. think you're the first person to ask me that question. It should. It should. I'm not sure how I can help you then. You're the first person to ask me that question. Yeah, I mean, there is a sound mixer. You know, again, if you're right click on that sound icon and open the volume mixer, I just can't show it to you. Oh, maybe I can. Here we go. So, you know, here's where you can control different different sounds coming out. So maybe here, I don't know. Really, really oughta. That's too bad. All right, guys, Macy's is starting to run now. Oh yeah, right here. Right here. I guess that right there, Jack of all trades, right there. You can see that sound icon right here. I guess. It does not control the volume in the room. Okay, I'm giving up. And it says it works for James or Jay. Well, you guys, I'm sorry, I can't help. I guess it must be different from different computers. I really can't help. APYX, my goodness. I mean, this is really, really basing nicely, guys. Just don't lose sight of it. I mean, there's a 15-minute chart, you know, and if it gets some volume coming in, you know, if you might want to have a 2-minute chart up or, but you know what? Instead of having to, you don't have to be staring at it. Maybe just put a price alert, you know, at 540 or something. And then if it takes that out, you know, then you're hopefully your price alert window, you know what I'm doing, how I do it, I minimize my price alert window. And so when I do get a price alert window, the price alert window pops up on my screen. Then I just click on the alert. This is what I mean. Okay, so this is what I mean. So I put a price alert down here for it right there at 540. There it is. So when I minimize the window, what will happen is if it does happen to take out 540, the window will pop up because I've minimized it. It'll pop up on my screen. And I can also, I make sure I have got it sorted on the triggered time column. So I will see it right at the top. Okay, I see what's happened here. This is another version of the price alerts window. Let's see if I have my better version. Here we go. Yeah, that's the one I want. So it'll pop up. I'll see it right at the top because that's how I have it sorted. Get rid of these ones that have triggered before. Wasn't there an IPO that in theory was supposed to start today? SVRE, is that right? Do I have it here? SVRE. In theory, I think it said Thursday. It obviously hasn't opened. Boy, we want to see this one though. 1.5 million shares, $7.20 or so. When that opens, if it opens sometime, it probably won't be today now. How ugly is RDBX now? My gosh, that's why. You're asking. I mean, first of all, you're looking at Hitman. You're looking at some of these really low float situations. I'm not saying you're looking at only low float situations, but why can this happen? Because of the float. I mean, they can be incredibly active, wonderful when you're on the upside, not so good when you're on the downside of it. You mentioned SPRC. I mean, it's such a low float. Anything can happen. I'm actually surprised it's kind of maintained this area here. And we have a resumption. What is this? Oh, forget this one. It's going to trade on Friday now. Okay. I think I saw, let me just go to my IPO calendar. Okay. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I could have sworn I saw it said Thursday yesterday when I was looking at it. I could have sworn I saw it Thursday, but okay, now it's Friday. Very few IPOs. And these are SPACs, so I don't care about them. So tomorrow, though, that could be now, yeah. So it's 2.2 instead of whatever I had, and 5.8. So I'll just make a little change then. So go to the VRE, edit. So I'm going to change that now to 2.2. And now 580. So all I'm doing here, in my opinion, this is a way better way. This is a better way to monitor IPOs. I know there is some kind of a hack that you can use, a filter that you can use. I think Stephanie developed it. But for my way of thinking, what you can do and what I think, if you want to be prepared for the IPO, you could do it like this. So you see what I've done, SVRE. When it starts trading, it surely it'll be above $1. So I create a price alert. First of all, I get my chart, the SVRE chart up. There'll be nothing in it, of course, because it hasn't started to trade. So I put 1 because I know it's going to trade over 1 when it opens. And then I put my little notes, 2.2 million. The suggested IPO price was 580, and then who's behind it? Think Equity. So then I save this, of course. Now, when it starts to trade, then I will see this because I want to see these ones. I want to see how many shares were issued. I don't want to have to go back into my IPO calendar, do a quick check. Oh yeah, only 2.2 million and 580, and who is behind it. I'll have all that information right away because these are the ones that can go absolutely insane on the day of the IPO. Okay, and so that's why I'm interested in this, and that's why because I rarely put a note. Any other price alert, I don't put any notes, only for the IPOs. So the idea then would be to go and, here's an IPO calendar. You can use whatever you want. And so on the weekend, just take a look at the upcoming IPOs. Obviously, nothing really next week. These are again SPACs. I don't care about the SPACs. But once we get back into IPO season, and it'll happen. You could have in theory 10 or 15 for the upcoming week, and so you just create the price alerts just like I did, one by one. Might take you, if you had 10 or 15, it might take you, I don't know, 5 minutes to do, but it's a good exercise. And if you want this IPO calendar, you can have it. And you can just do the homework and yeah, just get prepared for these IPOs. Look at all these IPOs that have not opened, like Aloha, LYT, like all these IPOs. These were months ago, weeks ago, months ago. They just haven't even opened. XRT is the retail index, XRT, Intel Trader. So yeah, I mean, look what's happened over the last couple of days. I mean, after being Well, I mean, the clobbering started before Target and Costco and Walmart, but it really started last week. But look, we've had some of the retailers, like the Macy's and the Nordstroms and some of the other ones. I think even Best Buy. Best Buy yesterday didn't do too badly. Look at Best Buy yesterday. So we've had sort of a mixed bag now when you look at some of the retailers. Talk, yes, I'm hearing talk. It's just showing up on my basic new highs and lows. Talkspace jumps on report of takeover interest, no deal announced. Oh, you talk about a fluffy. Look at this. On a report that the digital therapy app was recently approached but oh, okay, okay, at least they're naming it. Okay. Now you see how that happened? You see how that happened? APYX. I had that alert set for it. It popped up on my screen. Can't miss it. Now, if you're wondering about the price alerts window, just load it from here. Click on new and then price alerts window. And when you do that, you'll have a brand new window. You can add whatever columns you want. You have a lot of columns you can add. Yeah, GLNG had earnings, didn't it? And the initial reaction was pretty good, and then it just dropped. It's trying to come back. Yeah, the initial reaction was pretty good. This was pre-market this morning, and pretty good. But then the market opened, and it was definitely not following the market. I mean, market really hasn't had a pullback yet today. There's a red bar there, but that's only one bar. But look what happened with GLNG. Now I don't know what they released. Maybe they're guiding poorly. Maybe they didn't make as much as people thought, or analysts were expecting. There's all sorts of reasons. All right, guys. Well, this is certainly really quieted down for me. I haven't had a new alert for a while. So, though I did just get one for True Blue, TBI. This is a gap down and reverse. Excuse me. Now, again, let me see that's a 930 candle. So, one of the problems can be this is that this gap down, this was the gap down, okay? The problem is, it'd be nice to see it here or here, but the way this gap continuation or reverse works is that it has to take out the high of the day, and that didn't happen until this. Now, could you do, instead of a new high of the day being the trigger, a new 5-minute high? You could. You don't have to use the new high for the day. The issue would be is that you'll get a lot more alerts. You'll get them earlier, but not necessarily are they going to continue. So there's always a trade-off. Always a trade-off. Common question we get: how can I see this stock in a scan? I can, within reason, I can almost guarantee I can create any scan, especially if it's something like a momentum type trade, right? To show you how you could see it. And the problem will always be that you may introduce 10 others that you don't want to see, and that so it's like a needle in a haystack. And which one do you take? Which one do you focus on? There you go, Vicky. Yeah. And a person just has to forget about it's the frustration index, if you will. You get ticked off because you miss something. There's always something else. These are questions we get a lot. The other question we get a lot, and how come I didn't see it? And it's because they've got some filter that's blocking it, and they don't realize it. You know, and people get frustrated. Well, why didn't I see this? One of the common ones, especially on a stock that doesn't trade very much, but it's having an explosive day, is that they're using some kind of an average volume filter. It has to trade 500,000, has to have traded 500,000 shares over the last 5 days or 10 days or a month. And yeah, that'll block a lot of stocks that are having its day. Because a stock can trade for next to nothing for weeks or months, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, it's trading millions of shares. You'll never see it if you're using that volume, that minimum volume over the last, say, 5 days or 10 days. Can't remember all the filters we've got for that, but I never use that one. And the reason being is because I'm more of an intraday trader. Why would I limit myself? Why would I want to be blocked from seeing something that is trading millions of shares today when it normally only trades 10,000 shares? And it's not like it's it's traded 10 million, it's one order. I mean, it's usually, that's the other issue. I mean, it's usually liquid enough so you can get in and out. So PayPal, you're saying PayPal isn't that old news? that they were reducing. Oh, it's not new news, not old news. I thought, well, then somebody I thought was reducing their workforce by quite a bit. Yeah, right, Dak. Yeah, I don't know what that in our. Of course, I understand. You're more of a scalper, Vicky. I get it. I mean, there was a 5 minute cross right there at 770. Human nature, Vicky. Just people get upset. They see something, they look after hours, and they see some stock that is ripped higher, and they don't understand why they didn't see it. I mean, it's that's, and I have to admit, if I had a scanner like this, I would wonder also and say, something's up 100%. How come it didn't hit my scanner, as an example? So I do get it. Well, I don't even think it's mastered. They just haven't mastered the use of trade ideas, okay? Or they're just have a filter. So they could be excellent traders, but they're wondering, well, why didn't it show up in the trade ideas scan? Just give me a moment, please. So interesting, the one AI alert that I thought might work most of the day was the CTRA. The CTRA, just because it was in the right sector, energy play, was an all-time high. I thought it might just keep moving higher and didn't do it. The other ones, I pointed out why I didn't like ACH. So I thought it was just too choppy looking on a daily chart. The AJRD, didn't like it because the 200-day was very close. PPC I didn't really see. So PPC, let's take a look at this one. PPC, it's close to an all-time high. Pilgrim's Pride, okay, so poultry processing. It's had a nice run actually. It's a nice 4 day run it's on. I agree regarding backtesting. I agree. I don't backtest anything. I mean, it just I don't have time to do it, but even when I used to have time to do it, I was incredibly excited about it, thinking that's it, as the math, I get the math to work for me. And well, I mean, it was it's not a complicated procedure, but it's a lot of trial and error. And you've got to make sure you're not curve fitting. In other words, hey, 3 trades over the last 30 days, and they all won and up big. Okay, I'm exaggerating. So you've got to have a big enough sample size, and I just never found that it worked for me at all. There are some I know that backtest, And if they can make it work, great. For me, I just want to see the alerts. I try to create my scans so I'm not overwhelmed by the number of alerts. I mean, look at this. If I just use the basic new highs and lows, I mean, this is it. I mean, I could probably just trade around these stocks all day long. I actually don't know what you're talking about, Vicky. Yeah, so I don't back test at all. I mean, if I back tested this, it'd probably look terrible. Well, first of all, it's a symbol list, so can't really do it. So I got to run a back test. Okay, I'll just run it. Okay, then optimization. Okay, and now what? Okay, now what? Okay, so here's 110, 120, and then 15.5 too. I mean, yeah, okay. Well, I'll tell you what, Vicky, in order to do this, why don't you why don't you do this? Because what happens is when it comes from a customer, it gets logged in and then it gets created into a folder and when we see enough, now you may be the only person in the world that cares about this, but if we see other people with the same ideas, okay, it gets logged into a folder, and then development can take a look at it. So pointless for me to say. You know what they'll do? They'll say create some kind of a ticket, and I'm just not prepared to do that. But if you as a customer, especially they know that I don't backtest. But if you as a customer just send something saying, why not do this? Then it gets added into a section that we call, I don't know, user comments or user ideas, something like that. And so they get looked at. Otherwise, it just goes into the ether. And I know you won't do it. I know you won't do it. You know what? You know where I found backtesting helped, to be honest? I used to, everybody has their pet idea of what should work. Okay. And so, for instance, lots and lots of people think that, the opening range break should work, an opening 15-minute range break, opening 30-minute range break. whatever. We've got, I think 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, maybe 60. Okay. And, add some filters in. Okay. Not just the break, but maybe a minimum volume. Maybe it's got to be, if you're looking for the opening range of break of, say, the 15, maybe it has to be up at least, from the open, I don't know, 8%. Just make some kind of a number up, just so that and the relative volume is 2 or 3. And I used to think, man, because people talk about opening range breaks so often. If you do a search on them, you'll see there's lots of strategies in theory. So I would do it, and I would run the back tester. Of course, the back tester is taking every single occurrence. I would run it over 3 months, and my equity curve would look like this. Okay. And I think, well, man, how can that be? Because everybody seems to think that that is such a great strategy. So I modify it, maybe add some more, add a filter or change some filter values. Same thing. I could never, ever optimize it so that it had a positive, like it can't just be flat positive. You want to see some kind of a change in the equity curve on the way up so that you know that you're at least dealing with a strategy that has some hope. I could never do it. I could never do it. Now, I haven't tried for a long time, but because it makes so much sense. People think, the opening 15-minute range break doesn't mean that, you can't find good, and I know shady, I'm waiting for it. A filter that shows you stocks that are above the opening 15-minute or 30-minute. No, he says he doesn't, he thinks it's useless back testing. So the bottom line was this: I found that back testing helped me to convince me that, certain things that I seem to hold as a truth were not true. Just not true. Now, does that mean that, some stocks that are taking out the opening 15-minute range didn't work fantastically? Of course. But when you get 100 alerts, which one are you going to take? The 90 that don't work and the 10 that do work, but to try to isolate them, virtually impossible. So, and Vicky, I have to admit, I don't think it'll make any difference if you backtest if you're intraday trading anyway. I don't think it'll make any difference if you could backtest for a year or 2 years or, 1,000 years. I don't think it'll make any difference at all. In fact, I think it would be a detriment. If you want to back test for potential swing trades, potentially, but as an intraday trader, I mean, so much can happen and change in 3 months. Well, that was one massive fade now for the GME guys. It's still positive, I think. Yeah, it's still up 9%, but what a fade now for GME. Now you wonder, all those diamond handers, they're still holding on. And well, I would say though, Shady, I mean, I know what you mean. Depends on your sample size. If I can run a back test, and Michael Noss does this, but if you can run a back test and you've got 1,000 results, and then you start to fine tune it so that you're down to, say, over a 3 month period, even like 300 trades, I don't consider that, and it seems to work. I don't consider that curve fitting that much. It's when somebody's back test something and they get 50 trades over 3 months. It doesn't look that great. And then they start to, fiddle around with the filters and they're down to 10 trades that look fantastic. That certainly is curve fitting because it's just not realistic. But if you can get, 150 trades over 3 months and they don't look too, but the problem is that what works today may look putrid a week from now. And that's the issue. You're constantly having to tinker. So that's why I just, but we've got some math nerds that like to do stuff like that, and more power to them. Why, you can hear that? My wife is talking in the background. The noise canceling should have canceled that out. I might have to do another test on it to every now and then they suggest you do a test just so it picks up your voice. But that's what it is, which is really strange because when the leaf blowers are here, you guys can't hear a thing. But I guess it can get a little confused when there's somebody else talking. All right, guys, PGNY. This is another one that just has been inching its way up all day. PGNY. All right, APYX, guys. It may be that it's going to try to take out that high, and who knows? I mean, it's not an excessively low float, 30 million in the float, but the high right there, 568. Let's get a magnet for it, maybe. Hmm. And Redbox continues to move down. RDBX continues to move down. Meanwhile, guys, this BBW, I took this in the simulator. I wanted to show you guys how that works. And so the entry was 1947. We're at 1967 now, inching its way up, BBW. Just wanted to show. Now, if I don't get out of this trade by the end of the day, then I can carry this forward as a swing trade to practice swing trading. So you can use the simulator to practice swing trading. I know lots of you want to try to do that. So that's how you can do it. Just don't get out of the trade. Okay, guys. Well, haven't had a new alert for a long time now. So NVIDIA. Let's take a look at NVIDIA, NVDA, and Yeah, now, weren't there a lot of people that thought they were going to get clobbered on earnings, like really clobbered? Now, they've been in a decline, of course, but wow, nice shot in the arm probably for that sector. Yeah, they did, didn't they? I mean, they got down to 152. So they released earnings after hours, and it kind of stayed there. It's not like it popped right back up. And then this morning, yeah. So I can see, boy, yeah, so this is pretty impressive. Once the market opened, market just decided, let's buy. Are you talking about in trade ideas? All you have to do is, and I don't know what you're going to find, but all you have to do is right click, configure, search, and then type in linear and see what we have. If you don't see it, whoops, if you don't see it, then we don't have it. Okay, so I've never used any of these. The 5 minute linear regression uptrend, I've never used any of these. And this is the divergence. So that's all we have. Okay, that's all we have for linear regression. And if you want to find out what these mean, then you just click on it and click on help. And I cannot, sorry, I cannot expand on it anymore. Okay, than what you're going to see here. Well, that jobby really, well, it came back. It did come back. JOBY. It did come back off that nice. You know what? It hasn't moved as much as I thought. I thought this was five, and it's actually that it was basing around 540. So it really hasn't moved that much. Now we do have some standard deviation. Maybe that'll help. I know it's not quite. When you say a channel, what do you mean by that? We have filters. We have alerts and filters. So we don't have a channel. Are you talking like a channel in our channel bar? We don't have a, or are you talking about a channel that you can put on the chart? If that's what you're talking about. Yeah, because I don't think we have that. I asked for that a long time ago. So is that what you meant though on the chart? A channel like, well, we don't have it now. Don't send me an email. I don't, if you want, go to support at trade-ideas.com. You're talking about precision trading or whatever they were called, PTS. I think it may have been removed. Yeah, yeah, I won't be able to bring it up here. I know one of those filters or alerts had something to do with PTS. You're talking about precision trading system or something like that. But I haven't seen that for years. No, you know, I don't know how to find it. Um, okay, you've piqued my curiosity now that I have a marketing meeting in about 5 minutes, but let me just for fun take a look at this and go to the help. Okay, now I thought it had something to do with the open. Power, something to do with power. Maybe it's here. I'm not going to be able to find it. I think it was called Power or something like Power Gap, or it was the first print of the day, Power something or other. Yeah, if anything, they're cutting down on the numbers of alerts and filters that we have, so I wouldn't hold your breath. Let me just do a. Oh, here we go. Bullish opening power bar. Let me just see what that says. So wasn't that Oliver Velez, PTS, or am I wrong? This is so old, guys. This is so old. This is probably, yeah, I thought it was, well, anyway, we don't have it. First on the list to get rid of DAC, actually. Of course, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You know I'm kidding. All right, guys, it is almost time for me to go into this marketing meeting. So all I'm going to do right now is just put the announcement on mute in meeting. Boy, this is just getting trashed here, guys. I mean, who were they? Yeah, Goldman Sachs. I mean, look at this. Okay, so what if they increased their price target from 82 to 30, from 36 to 82? Okay, now I'm not saying this is never going to happen or get, somewhat close, but, even Goldman Sachs, who cares, right? I mean, this is just being trashed here. And this is this SWTX. And there was some other firm that had another price target. I don't think it was as lofty as 82, but it was certainly up there. Okay, guys, I shall put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. So, what is happening now? I see that, Newtnix. Yeah, I know. Well, that's not true. I mean, it happened today, and I haven't seen this. I know what you're talking about, Midian. It happened today for some reason. It used to happen all the time, and I don't know why. So, what you can do is this, and and please don't say all day, every day, because I used to see it. I haven't seen it for months and months and months. But what you can do is this. It's a workaround. Like, I wonder if I even got this here. Yeah, so what you can do is you can create you know how to create a symbol list or a symbol list, as we call it. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room about this, this nonsense about this ZX, ZZT showing up. And there can be some others that will show up in the Halts resumes. I just haven't seen it for a long, long, long time. It used to happen every now and then. But do you know how to create a symbol list, Midian? Midian, can you hear me? Well, okay. I mean, you either can or you can't. Okay, well then you've created one before. This is just a workaround. You may not like it, but there's nothing else we can do. But what I did was I created something called excluded symbols. Okay, I created a watch list or a symbol list called excluded symbols, and then in there, and then I say exclude the following lists. Exclude the following lists. So I could check excluded symbols. Okay. Now, of course, now you have to put these in that list. So for instance, it's possible, yeah, you see what happened. If I do a history now, yeah, you see, so I obviously had that already in the list. You see, when I do a history, I don't see it anymore. So create a symbol list, call it the excluded symbols because you never know what symbol it could be. Put that symbol in there and then attach it to, and that it could be another window too, but I mean, I know it happens on the Halts resumes. It's some kind of a testing thing that NASDAQ goes through. That's all. Okay. That is a workaround. That make sense? So if I go into tools, well, you say you have, okay, so when you say list, you don't mean, so you've never created a symbol list before. Is that correct? You've never gone through the exercise of right click, configure, symbol lists, create new. Okay, so you've never done that. So you didn't, okay, so, well, so all you do, you go to an alert window or a top list window, but I'm also going to direct you to the guide because if you forget what I'm saying, it's covered in the guide also. Okay, so I just want to make sure I will do it on screen for you, but you may forget. Yeah, no. So you've never created no. So I mean, it's a question. For instance, if you wanted to just follow your like a certain list of stocks, you can do that. That's what a symbol list is all about. I've asked them to change that name to a watch list, but when you click on my link that I just put in there, my homepage link, you'll be brought to this page, and then go to the education page or education section. Click here, education section, and then the user guide. And there is a section called symbol lists or watch lists. Okay, that's what it should be called. And it tells you how you create them, how you load the symbols in, and then how you can attach it to a top list window or an alert window. Okay, so you might want to do that. But quickly, how you do it is you go to an alert, say an alert window. Let me just get back here. Okay, you go to an alert window, right click, configure, and this is why I'm saying go to the guide because I might go too quickly for you or anybody who's interested. So let me try it one more time. So you would start off with an alert window or a top list window and right click, configure, symbol lists, and then create new list, create new list. Okay, now give it a name. I'll call it Midian just for fun. I can't, and the thing is, top list windows, etc. Or sorry, watch list, symbol list cannot be copied. In other words, I couldn't create a top list window with or an alert window with a symbol list attached to it with symbols in it, and then and give it to you, because the lists are all unique to everybody's account. But I'll call this Midian. Okay. Now Okay, now you can put the symbols you want in here. If you had an Excel spreadsheet or a bunch of symbols, typically people use this because they want to follow their own symbols for some reason, for whatever reason. Okay, they want to follow a bunch of stocks. Okay, so you would put that in here. So if you had an Excel spreadsheet, you could copy and paste. In this case, of that crazy one, you would just start typing them in. Then you would say, okay, let me just put in, I'll just type in one, say, okay. Okay, and then exclude the following lists. I'm sorry, the next step is this, add existing list. That you have to see it over in this column. So if you've never done it before, you'll see it immediately. I have to scroll down to find it. It's somewhere here. There you are, median, okay. Well, okay, let me just keep going. If you're able to, and then you click on median, it'll show up over in this side, finally. There you are, median, and then you would check that. So you give it whatever name you want. Again, I called mine excluded, excluded symbols. But I'm going to get rid of this because obviously I don't want it. So I'm just going to, oops. I'm going to cancel out because I don't want to do that. So when you right click, what do you mean there's no NRIX may be going now, Vicky. What do you mean if you right click? There has to be, I mean, if you right click the window, right click, you should see configure. If you don't, then I have no idea what's going on. If you right click an alert window or a topless window or, really, you have to see configure. If you don't, I don't know what's going on. Okay, are you in a multi-strategy window? Because that's the only time configure all is there, I think. Is it an alert window or a multi-strategy window? Does it say M in the upper left-hand corner, or is it part of a bunch of, because if I click on, Okay, so you're in a multi-strategy window then. Okay. Okay, that's why, yes. Because the configure all, that's if you had a bunch of strategies, a bunch of different alert windows, and you decided, you know what, I want every single one of those to have a price range of 1 to 20. So instead of having to go into each individual alert window, you could use the configure all. Okay, but obviously, okay. Um, okay, how can you find stocks near the 10 SMA? I actually have something that I created close to the 10 SMA. I can give to you, Echo. Okay, it's really, now I can give this to you. You can, of course, modify it. So first of all, Echo, are you able to hear me? Actually, this is an 8 EMA, but you can change it to 10. Okay, so make sure you can do that. Change from the 10. Let me just type in change from, so we don't have the 10. Is that right? Just a minute here. SMA. Oh, that would help. I'm in a top. Okay, just give me a moment, okay? Okay, so I've used the 8, but you can change it to 10 if you want to. Would you understand how to do that? All you have to do, okay, so the change from the 10, I've got it from the 8, and this is how I'm doing it. So you could use the change from the 10. I've got the 8, but hopefully you can understand how you can actually use the 8 to 10 if you want. Just go and find it. But this is the key. The min minus 0.01 and the max is 0.1, okay? So that'll find, now you can fool around with these values. If you want it even tighter, you may not get very many. But what this is saying, this has to be within 0.1% either side of the 10 SMA of in this case, the 8, the 8 EMA, the 8 period on the 15-minute chart. Now this is now, okay, you know what? Are you looking for the daily Echo? The 10 SMA on the daily? I'm sorry. I thought you were looking for something like this. You may not be looking for something like that. Same principle though. Okay, you can just use the filter. And let me type in SMA again. Oh, okay. Okay, so same principle, SMA. Type in SMA, you'll find it. We do have the 10. Okay, we do have the 10 SMA. So if you want to see stocks that are very close, there it is, the change from the 10 SMA. Add the filter and put some negative number in here. Again, it's up to you. I mean, if you use -2 here, and remember these are percents, -2 and +2, that means the stock will be within on either side 2% of the SMA as an example. So you can fool around with this. So there's the filter to use. After that, of course, you want to put in your price range and a minimum volume and all that. There is no way to do that, Veroska. No. Yeah, there's no way, unfortunately, to do that. Okay, Echo. So does that make sense? There's your filter to use, and then you can add in all the other, again, your price range, your minimum volume, whatever else you want. But just remember, put a negative number in the min and a positive number in the max, and and whatever number you use, remember it's a percent. That's up to you. You can tighten up as much as you want. So when you looked at it on a chart, it'd be right on top of it. And again, that'll be up to you. Okay, are we good? Okay, Midian, good. Gone forever. Excellent. Okay, good. And that'll do it. Okay. And then just put the 10 SMA on your daily chart and you'll see how close they actually are when you click on the symbol. So in this case, here's, this is close to the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. And you can just see, right there, close, right, very close to it as an example. All right, let's take a look. I don't know what the actual definition of it is, Rosca, but let's take a look at the, that is on the bid ask. Yeah, alerts, yes. What alert was that? Which one was it? Because all I'm gonna get you to do, because, I've never used this one before, but if you click on it and then click on help, that'll give you the definition. I cannot expand on that any more than what the help is going to give you. Okay. Oh my gosh, Zach. Oh man, oh man. All right, so I can't expand on that anymore, Rosca. Okay, I cannot expand on that anymore. Some of these things were done back in 2003, and I'll bet you that most who did it probably forgotten it. Well, I don't know. I can't answer that. I cannot answer that. So, I mean, if you want, maybe somebody else a trade, but I certainly cannot answer that. I cannot expand on it any more than what that help told you. But there might be somebody else at Trade Ideas that knows. I certainly don't. So you can go and support support at trade-ideas.com. All right, guys. Just about getting set to get myself off the mic. The room will be open until 3:30. Today is Thursday, so I don't think the YouTube room is open between 3:30 and 4:30. I think Chris does a Zoom meeting, so the YouTube room will close at 3:30 also. No, in terms of the slippage and the profit, no, and commission. So many commission-free brokers now, but yeah, no. I don't pay any attention to that, by the way, what it says here, because I just use it like a watch list. Today's not a good example, but we had examples yesterday, and why I'd almost rather get rid of all this stuff. Here are the alerts, how you trade them, and have a stop. I fully agree with having a stop price, okay, that's generated by the system. but managing the exits on your own. There was a couple yesterday. I can't remember exactly. I guess I could do a history, but in which the AI got out of trades that were still working because these strategy had been optimized for a certain hold period. Let's just say, for argument's sake, 1 hour, or there was a target price. Okay, that it was $1.50 above. The entry price, something like that, or a percentage above it. And so the strategy was optimized in that fashion. But as I always try to explain to people, the individual alert should be managed by yourself, because why would you ever get out of a trade if it's still working just because the AI has been optimized as an overall strategy to get out at a certain either hold period, hold time, or a certain percentage gain? Why would you do that? Right? I mean, that'd be crazy. So that's why I pay no attention to anything else other than I have an entry. I can see what it's doing. I don't hop into the trade immediately if I want to take the trade. I didn't take any of these today. I didn't like any of them. I didn't like any of them. Yeah, Nordstrom's. Yes, Omni. Nordstrom's for sure. JWN. I think there was one other one. I could do a history, of course. Yeah, Nordstrom's got out of a trade and it was still working very well. I think it tacked on another dollar. He was not a good fellow. I'm also going to put in if you just want to go and sign up now, this is a simple way. I'm going to put in the promo code test drive 25. But when you click on that, this is what you're going to see. And again, we have 25% off right now. You will see something, I promise. Exactly. I don't auto trade at all, Veroska. I don't believe in it. All right, what's going on? Come on. Oh, I loaded it earlier today and it worked, so I don't know why it's not working. Okay, so there it is. Okay, so here's the test drive promo code. Okay, so you select your subscription and it runs out in about 8 days, 8.5 days. So that actually is June the 6th, Monday evening, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So test drive 25, that's the promo code to use. I'm going to go to my home page though, because for some reason that link didn't seem to want to be working immediately. So let me just go to my home page, click on my home page link. And there it is. There's the promo code to use. You click on get trade ideas. We have the 4 plans. Annual monthly premium standard. So $2,000 for the annual premium, which brings that down to $1,500. Okay. And the standard is 1,000, brings it down to $750. But you don't have to try it. You don't have to go to an annual right away. Go monthly. Try us out first before because if you check out the terms and conditions of refunds on an annual, you can't have the program for a couple of months and say, you know what, it's not really for me and I want a refund. It's not going to work. So what you should do is make sure you want the program. Try us out on a monthly basis. 118, 228, minus the 25% for the first month only. And if you want to maintain a monthly subscription, that's fine. Just know that this is what you pay going forward. But if within 30 days you decide, you know what, I love it, I want to go for an annual, we will honor the 25%. Okay. How can you connect to the audio? So you have no audio? You may, we have to type this in, you may, Okay. And again, lots of information on my homepage. What's going on here? There we go. So here's the homepage link. So I've already gone over the test drive. If you do decide to take out a subscription, please do this. Let's get started first. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos, and it starts off with the download and install. Okay, do that first. Interesting. This is something new. Yeah, this is something new they've just added to. I didn't even realize they did this. This is to my homepage. So I guess so you can sign up for my daily market recap video. It's not really a market recap. This is the same as the stock of the day video, but I guess you can sign up for it here now. So I'll have to ask them. They did that without my knowing it. It's fine. I don't mind, of course, but trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and all the education is here. All the education. So Roscoe, you're asking a lot of somewhat technical questions as far as market trade ticks. No, no, no. We look at New York, Amex, and Nasdaq. Okay, those are the exchange fees that we have. We do have Canadian also, but I mean that's all. No, no, no. I don't do a market recap. The problem, you know why? Too long. People, no, no, no short attention spans by most people. So I used to do not a market recap, but kind of a bit of a recap of what happened in the trading room. And they used to go on for 5 to 10 minutes. And, I was told too long. So I don't do it anymore. So now I basically just pick a stock and we talk about it for maybe 3 minutes and that's it. Education is here. All the education is here. So if you're going to take before take a look at the user guide, the first thing you've already should have done the getting started. You can take a look at the channel bar. That's very important. Look at the channel bar. A lot of themed based channels. Every channel has some alerts and top list window scans that we've created for you. And you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is and the difference. Just concentrate on these right here. After that, you can start, okay, what is a price alert? What is a sound alert? But get this down first, okay, before you do anything else. And let's see. So the support. So again, Chris will not be there. Usually, we may change this. We may do it Monday to Friday again in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. But Chris will not be there today. And the daily webinars, we will resume them next week. You can sign up for them all here. And if you're new to trading, great video series. Michael Noss at Trader Day has put this together, okay? And it starts off with what is a stock? So that's all the free stuff from my homepage. And then, of course, if you want my scans, you have to be a subscriber. And here are the scans that I'm sharing, okay? All the scans that I'm sharing. People ask, what do I use in the pre-market? Well, pre-market actives up and down. That kind of sets the tone for the day, a little bit anyway. Obviously, things that are moving in the pre-market, it doesn't necessarily mean that those stocks that we talk about, I get on the mic at 9 o'clock, half an hour before the market opens. The room is open at 8, but I get on at 9. It doesn't absolutely mean that the stocks that are active in the pre-market are going to continue to be active, but gives us a bit of an idea about what we might expect from some stocks. So here are all the scans that I'm sharing. I think this is probably pretty popular, a momentum scan. It is the same scan that is in the channel bar in the momentum. I took it out. This is what I mean. No, that's good, Rosca. That is good. I completely understand. But I don't want to snow you, okay? I don't want to say, oh yeah, you can do that because you're asking me questions and I can tell you right off the bat, no. So here are the exchanges, for instance, that we do track. You right click configure exchanges. So we've got, New York, ARCA, American, NASDAQ. We do the pink sheets, BATS if you want, and then I don't know why we still have this small exchange here, but we do. But I don't think we have anything active with it. And then if you're Canadian, we do track Toronto. Okay, so that's what we do. So anything else we don't. Oops. There we go, guys. This is not over and done with. As I said, this could be really interesting after hours even. You know, depending how it closes, and that is the APYX. I may as well just stay on the mic until 3:30. Yeah, so again, Veroska, if you were looking to thinking that you could just automate this, I mean, obviously there is a way you can do it, but we don't suggest that that's the way you use it. It's that simple. And I get it that some people, you know, they have call it a real job. All they want to do is turn on the AI in the morning, turn on all the strategies, auto trade it, and count their money at the end of the day. It won't work that way. I mean, some days it could. Yesterday probably was a day, but for the most part, you know, we call it person and machine, man and machine. So the machine is the AI. It gives you the alerts. There's nothing for you to do, nothing to set up. You just wait for them to happen. And then how you trade them will be up to you. So if you were here, if a person were here earlier, you know, I mean, this ACH is something that I would normally be very interested in. Why? Because for me, I like the stocks under $20 from the AI. It doesn't mean anybody else has to like the same thing. But the minute I clicked on ACH and I saw this very spotty, and you know, and it's a China stock. It's not that I'm biased against China stocks. I mean, if they got something going for it, great. But I didn't like the way I didn't like that chart at all. I looked left, and all I saw was what I considered some fairly near-term resistance that it would have to get through. And you know, in this case, that's exactly what happened. You know, it really didn't do anything. So that one was a complete no-go for me. The AJRD, like you know, again, out of the price range, but you know, if it were in the price range that I would not mind trading from the AI, I mean, first thing I would do, click on the alert. First thing I see that 200-day moving average. So you know, you get an alert at 4103, and the 200-day moving average is 4181. I mean, to me, that's way too close for this price of a stock. You know, I mean, if it was a dollar stock and it was 81 cents away, fine. But it's a $41 stock and it's only 81 cents away. To me, that's just too close. So I'd take a pass. The CTRA, this is one that I actually thought would work quite well because right sector, you know, the energy sector, it was an all-time high. And, you know, I guess it ran for a little bit. The 35, it got up to what? Got up to 35.78, but not that much. I mean, that's not a big percentage move, is it? Before it fell back down. So this is one though that I probably, if I didn't mind trading this price range, I probably would have taken this one because it had obviously no resistance, all-time high, and it's in the right sector. But that's what I go through. You know, that's just, not just with the AI, but any alert that I get, that is my thought process. And I'm usually not inundated with, you know, alerts all at once. In other words, I'm not getting like 100 alerts at 9:35 and 20 more at 9:40, so that I could never ever figure out what I would want to do with any one of them. They're usually always spaced out, so I always have time to analyze, and that's how I trade. So McDaver, I don't know if that means you can hear me now or if that helped. Of course, if you can't hear me, you can't hear what I'm saying. We haven't had an audio issue for quite a while. An audio issue meaning that we every now and then we get people coming into the room and say one of two things: I can't hear you, or I can't see your screen, or both. And usually what that means is that they have to either change browsers or they have to do a refresh. But we haven't had too many. So I don't know if you're kidding about pattern astrology. I mean, no, I don't know if you're kidding, but no, I don't. I don't. I'm a very simple trader in terms of indicators and all that. I'm way more just about price and volume. I do have some indicators, but I'm not a, I can't say that I follow them religiously. The only one that I really will follow, of course, is the 200-day moving average. Of course, completely aware of that. Is CRTD halted? I didn't see that it was halted. It doesn't say that it's halted at IB. Oh, it was about to. I see what you meant. Is this the type that's going to get halted? I get you. Okay. Mm-hmm. BGXX. What are you doing? Well, that's the on the way down. Yeah, I'm not a back tester at all, Veroska. Okay, I'm just not a back tester at all. We had I don't know if you're around, I think it was when I got back on the mic at about 1 o'clock, we had a little discussion about back testing, but I don't back test at all. So a question might be, well, if you don't back test, how do you know these work? You know, the basic new highs. How do you know these work? Well, and I'm just anticipating questions. I don't. If I back tested this, it would probably look horrible. In fact, I think that's the one I was just demonstrating back test on, and the equity curve went down. I just want the alerts. I don't get so many, so when I click on the alert, I can then make up my mind if I want to trade it or not. We'd be very different if I had 100 symbols coming in every single day in this, but you can see how few I get, and that's on purpose. So it's very manageable. The same thing on the basic 10-day breakout or breakdown. Very few, very manageable. And they're not all coming at the same time. So it gives me a chance, to take a look at the idea that was generated from the scan. It's corny, but less is more, guys. Less is more. If you have an alert window that is giving you, 200, 300 symbols a day, get rid of it. Well, you don't have to get rid of it in its entirety, but you might want to add some filters that are going to prevent over alerting. Relative volume filter is a great one to use. You want to see something. I mean, if you're trading intraday, you want to see something that is trading abnormally. And it's not about the absolute volume. Look at Facebook as an example, okay? Now, Facebook's actually, that probably it's not a good example, but I mean, it's actually for Facebook, it's had a nice little move, a 4% move, with the rest of the market. But the relative volume is only 0.63. That means it's trading even less than normal. One is normal. Now, does that mean that it couldn't have a 4% pop, even though the volume is less than normal? Of course not. In this case, of course not. Yeah, it's either, and I don't trade Vraska typically. I'm chatting with somebody in our YouTube room, Vraska, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, number one. So I try to let things settle down. So something could be whipping higher and then pulling back a little and then getting back up to the original level. And then if it bases a bit and then pops up on volume, taking out the high, that's the sort of thing that I'm interested in as an example. But I'm a momentum trader. A lot of people would much rather, if Facebook pulled back to a certain level, that's where you want to trade it. That's fine. In the strategy menu to select a sector. Well, let me get the similar. The easy answer, Veronica, is the 10-day average up to the time of day. Okay, volume up to the time of day, the 10-day. So it is time. So in other words, 316, it's 316 right now. So Facebook, if I look up to 316 over the last 10 days, it's only trading, 0.64, 64% of what it would normally be trading. So let's get one that is trading. Yeah, so look at this one, mod. This one obviously doesn't trade very much. It's traded 1 million shares today, and that's 8 times normal up to this point of the day over the last 10 days. Yeah, and there was a little more to it than that, but that's the easy explanation. Okay, there is a little bit more than that, but let's to make it super simple, we'll just call it that. I don't really question it. When I see a number like that, I know it's trading abnormally. Now, as far as the sector is concerned, so for instance, you can do a couple of things, Sonny. Not necessarily easy, but here's one way to do it. Okay, if you click on the similar, okay, so if you have the single stock window up and running, and you click on similar, so what in theory is supposed to happen is let me just click on UAL. Obviously an airline. So what I should see, this is scheduled passenger air transportation sector. I should see a bunch of airlines in here, okay, as an example, okay? If I clicked on a bio like Moderna, I should see pharmaceutical preparation. Oh, this is, well, but I should see other stocks that are similar. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, we don't have, I mean, XRT, of course, is it. Okay, and this is just showing it. So what you can do is this, okay? If you just want, like a big retail sector, like what makes up the stocks of XRT, and there's no guarantee. In fact, I don't think I have a way to do that. I mean, you could go, obviously, actually, that's wrong. That is wrong. Yeah, see, XRT unfortunately is not one of the sectors, considered one of it should be. I think we should add XRT here. We've got the sector status, okay? And XR, these are considered the major sectors. You've got healthcare, real estate, energy, consumer staples, etc. XRT is not here. Actually, I should make a. I don't know if they want to do it because it might throw off the look of it, but I would probably I think retail could be here. I'd almost get rid of real estate and put. I'm going to just ask somebody because I know, but you see, consumers real estate is considered one of the major sectors, but I will actually ask. A moment, okay? Okay, now the other thing you can do is this, and I have no idea what we're going to see, okay? But if you right click on an alert window and configure in symbol lists, okay, and then click on add existing lists. Now, we've created a lot of symbol lists. Where are they now? So if you click on sectors and there's a little plus sign, this, you see, this is retail, okay, as an example. This is, and so you could just take this, and when you do that, it'll move over to this column. That's what you have to do. Now KBE, I don't know if we have, but I can check. I know those are the more regional banks. Okay, so did you understand what I did there? However, what I might do instead is use this similar, because this is if I type in KBE, and I'm going to see some similars. Oh, I'm sorry. Give me an example of a stock that is a KBE. Give me an example of one, a regional bank. Yeah, well, okay, so jets for airlines, but I don't know what makes up jets, but if you just type in UAL as an example. So here then, here are a bunch of airliners, okay? You can take this now. This is, scheduled passenger air transportation. That's the sector. You can now take this and pop it out. Okay, now it's a top list window, and now you can do anything you want with it. No, I know what KBA, I know what KBE is like a regional like a regional ETF for the bank or a regional bank ETF. I do know that. I just don't know what makes them up. Okay, so but now you see what I did is you can now follow a sector all day long if you want by popping out the by popping it out. Here's a top list. Now, though, you can treat it like any other top list window and, put a price range you want, a minimum volume that you want, other things so that you're only seeing the interesting ones out of the sector. Make sense? So for instance, if you could give me one symbol that makes up KBE, I'll type the symbol in and see what we see for the symbol. And you can pop that out as an example. I just don't know off the top of my head something that's in that makes up KBE. Well, no, but Bank of America, BAC, it can't be a regional bank. I mean, if you want, I mean, here they are, but I mean, thank you, FITB. Okay, FITB, I guess would be an example of a regional bank. But is it perfect? No, unfortunately it isn't. I mean, this really has to be shored up some, okay? Because sometimes, I'll type in like a regional bank and I might have a retail store in here for some reason, okay? And it has to be improved upon, but you kind of get the idea. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you on all that, but I'm just looking. I'm trying to find the one that says pharmaceutical preparations. This is one that is followed a lot. Here we go. So for instance, this is a classic one to follow. Okay, pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing. Look at all these. I mean, these are all. There's a whole list of them right here. And so you could pop this out if you just wanted. And the reason I say this is because these can be very active. This APYX, surgical and medical instrument manufacturing. I mean, we're getting really into into the nitty gritty of specific sectors here. But if you wanted to follow, something else that was in the same sector as APYX, which is having a day, you could type it in and then pop it out. You pop it out. And maybe do something like this. Find out the ones that are up maybe the most for the day, near the high of the day. Want to get rid of the company name? I don't care about that. EPS, I don't care about that. Well, okay, that. And maybe the change from the open instead of the change from the close. Maybe put in some kind of a price range. Okay, these are just the columns. So I'm going to say, okay, so what I've done here though, okay, now in that sector, I can now sort on the position in the day's range. Okay. No, not in the strategy tab, Sunny. So now I can sort on the position in the day's range. I can see, so these are stocks in theory that are similar to APYX. What I would do though, of course, add a minimum volume because 73,000 shares, that's not going to cut it. So maybe just put I don't know, 100,000 shares or 200,000, 200K. Okay, that'll get. Now, then I can also sort on the change from the open. What ones have worked, the best from the open? So there's ear up for whatever reason. Okay, so so you see what I did is basically I took the similar, I popped it out. Now it's a top list. Now I can do anything I want with it. Add filters, take out filters. I could turn it into an alert window if I wanted. And this sort of a top list, surgery like this one, the medical instrument manufacturing, the pharmas. I mean, they can be really active all day long. So I don't know what you mean by a major index, Sunny. But I'm just kind of trying to show you how you can, if you want to follow stocks in a certain sector, this is a way in which you can do it. All right, go to support at trade-ideas.com. Maybe I'm not understanding what you're talking about. Okay, and that'll go to our support. Maybe one of the other traders has a better idea. Yeah, don't repeat is probably the simplest way for Oscar. That's what I do here. So, RDBX, the first time I saw it was at 935. The price was 852. So obviously you understand that there is a don't repeat. So if you right click, go to properties and then don't repeat. And then this is a drop down menu. So you have your choice. Like you don't want to repeat for 1 minute, 5, 15, 30, 1 hour, or for the day. And the reason I like to do it this way is because I can go back and say, okay, fine. This out of this idea, out of this scanner, these were the ideas. What did it do from the first time of the alert? I guess so, William. I guess so. Well, the configuration is, yeah, I mean, config. Maybe I misunderstood what you meant. You mean these strategies here? These are just built-in strategies. These were created probably back in 2003. So you can take a look at this, neutral strategies and explode it. Here they are. Let me get a better one. Bullish strategies, explode it. And so you can click on one, it'll tell you what it's looking for. Click on another, tells you what it's looking for. These are, well, yeah, I mean, you can, so let's just for argument's sake, you wanted turbo brakes up now. You click on that, you look at it, you say, okay, load the settings. Okay. Ah, son of a gun, I put it in here. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, guys. Yeah, I forgot where I was doing this from. Just give me a moment, okay? Actually, I didn't have to do that, but give me a moment. Okay, so I should have done this, okay? New alert window, okay? So if you click on new and say new alert window, and then, well, start from scratch means you can, you can, well, you're starting from scratch, okay? Now you can create whatever you want. You can start off with some filters. Well, actually, let me back this up. So let me do new again, alert window. And if I start from scratch, load the settings and say, okay. Now it says, do you want to return to the config window? Yes. Now I can start to, add whatever filters I want. Okay, and once you create your alert window, then you just save it. Say okay, and then save it to the cloud. It's just another way of looking at momentum, Veroska. Okay, it's just another way. The count, if a stock makes 40 new highs for the day, that means it's just another way of looking at momentum. Do I follow it religiously? No, but I do have it. I think in this filter here, my basic new highs, I think I have a 45 count. So it's just another way of looking at momentum. But are you talking about now, though, in this strategies tab here? Are you talking about one of these, Sonny? Like picking one of these and then wanting to use it? Oh, okay. So you know how to get here, obviously. So let's pick turbo brakes now. I load the settings. I can see what the settings are. Load the settings. Okay, so here it is. Ah, don't do this. Okay, that's okay. This is where the docking gets a little bit confusing. So now I got it, okay? Here it is. Now you can take a look at it, configure and summary. Now you can take a look at this and say, well, okay, do I want it exactly like this? Because you can obviously change it. You want a different price range. You want maybe a minimum volume for the day as opposed to a daily volume. But so you can take this. But if you like it exactly the way it is, then you just right click and save it to the cloud. Save or share to cloud and save it. So now it's in the cloud. So that's how you can save it. Okay. I see some kind of a discussion going on in the background. Okay, Sonny, did that make sense to you? Yeah, but Anthony, but he's looking at the very specific sector like KBE as an example. If we don't have a symbol list for KBE, it's fine. It's fine in the major sectors. We've got that. We've got the major sectors in the channel bar. Okay, great, you've got it. But if you want something else that's not in that sector status bar, then we don't have it. And I don't think it's no, no, Vraska. Again, these are ideas that are generated for me, okay? And obviously, I like these ideas, and I've stuck with these sort of ideas for many, many years. So they suit my style of trading. But the problem is, I mean, like anything else, the market changes in a day, a week. Things that were really working well may not work well for a while. So there's no one scan that, is bulletproof forever. Well, I know they're actually changing the races too. They're instead of race cars, it'll be the stock symbol. Not 100% sure. Well, I guess the stock symbol with the name. So the cars are going to be gone. But I haven't even had a chance to look at these today. Well, but the lane changes. Well, to me, that was what you want. All of a sudden, one that's winning, you want it to see at the top. Is that what you mean? So I'm not sure I know what you mean by lane changes, other than all of a sudden something that is winning, it moves up to the top. Isn't that what you would want? Always a top list, yes. You pick the top list you want. And again, if you're interested, truly interested, you should go to our guide because it covers how to start a top list. But it's all sorry, how to start a race. If you go to the guide, well, it's funny, Midian, because we polled people and they seem to want to see the winner right at the top. So I don't know what to say. I guess it falls under the category you can't please everybody, but the majority seem to want to see the winner right at the top, as opposed to I know what you're saying is down here and but the majority seem to their eyes are drawn to the top and that's what they want to see. But I hear you. Maybe down the road that maybe it's an option. Personally, I like it at the top. I do like it at the top, but that's okay. So anyway, not Midian, but Rosca, I put in my link again. So if you do click on my link, you will see, go to the education section, click here, click on the user guide, and then TI stock races. So a lot of it is covered right here. There are a couple of videos, there's some text. It shows you how you start a race, and it's always based on a top list. The idea of a top list or a racing is this. Boy, the CRTD is screaming higher here. CRTD, yeah. So then the idea behind a top list is this. So I've got this sorted. Let's just say I sort on the change from the open. Okay, so here we go. APYX. I've sorted this on the change from the open. So this is the one. So APYX 36% change. So your eyes are drawn to this, right? You see these. And it only gets updated every 30 seconds. But more than likely, these guys, you're going to see APYX right at the top, unless something really startling happens to unearth it. But what happens if down here, something is really starting to move? And you wouldn't really see it because you wouldn't know it's moving. And this could be moving too. Don't get me wrong. This could be moving also. But that's the whole idea of a top list then window is that it'll show you things that are moving when you start the race, which are starting to move within your top list and kind of winning. So as opposed to just sort of seeing some kind of a static number up here, okay, great, it's up, but is it moving now? Is APYX moving now? I don't know. No way to know. No, Chris is not on today. He's doing his Zoom thing today. But that's the whole idea of the racing. Man, oh man, this LVLU, just a difficult intraday trader. Yeah, you too, Midian. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will wrap this up. A little overtime for me, but that's okay. So let me get my script together. Okay, where are we here? Okay, everybody, so I'm going to shut the room down now. The room will open tomorrow at 8 a.m. And thanks a lot for all of the help this morning. Have a great evening, and we shall see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.